Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first day of playoffs for the Amazon University Esports Masters Teamfight Tactics. My name is Kenobi, and with Losher today, we will have the pleasure of being your hosts and casters. The Amazon University Esports Master is the final steps for students all from the EMEA region. From Great Britain all the way to Turkey and the United Arab Emirates, these 16 players have distinguished themselves in the national leagues. And now they are looking to be crowned the best of them all.
Yeah, and to make sure you don't miss any of the upcoming action this weekend, make sure to follow us on the following socials: UE Masters on Twitter and Instagram, and University Esports Masters on Facebook. And with that, let's take a look at the calendar leading up to this event.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action, and not only on Teamfight Tactics, but on a lot of other games as well. So,
yes. Yeah, we can see players for Valorant, Rocket League, League of Legends starting all in March, and now for Teamfight Tactics, we had all the national leagues qualifying up to this, playoffs at the 20th of May now, and then the finals tomorrow finally, where we will see who will take home the crown, and then for fans of the other games as well, you will have live finals in July.
yeah, and all of this student action is really exciting, and now I'm really interested to take a look at what the format is for this play. So let's take it away.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are two types of games that will be run in a UEM: team games like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single-player games like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of a UEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in a UEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket, and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
Yeah. So we will see 5 exciting games tomorrow to decide the winner or the finalists for tomorrow's big grand final, where we'll see across checkmate format deciding our winner. What do you think about this format, Kenobi?
I think it's going to be really interesting to see the differences in playstyles between today and tomorrow, because today the goal is to reach the halfway point. Half of them will not make it to the final, and half of them will make it to the final, with no difference between being first or being ace.
No, yeah. So definitely some more risks involved going for the games tomorrow. So we will see who can adjust accordingly and who can play it safely today to reach these, well, very much desired final spots on the line today. And with that, let's see what the players can actually win this weekend, right?
As
So
you can
we-
see,
Oh yeah, you go.
first place player will go home with a whopping 600 euros, and second will go with 300. The third will get 150, and the fourth player in the finals tomorrow will go home with 50 euros.
Yeah, definitely some nice money. So let's see who's going to fight for this prize pool. And as you can see, we have qualified people from all over EMEA, with Bolfart coming in from Belgium, some French and German representations in Geroy, Payne, for example, and then also Italian people like Shining Star. We have EMEA finalists as well in Xuso and Havali, and Quid from the UAE. What are your thoughts about these players, Kenobi, and anyone?
Yeah, well, I actually know a lot of them from having faced them. So we definitely have some high level competition going on there. And I think, well, rather obviously, Suso and Havali, having played in the EMEA finals, will probably have a small edge coming in over their other participants. But I think I'm going to be looking out for a few others. So who are your dark horses, sort of?
Yeah, well, I mean, I prepared with Xuso for the EMEA finals, so obviously I can't pick him as a dark horse because he's going to win. He had the best preparation there is. So for me, I'll look at Payne personally, who had a strong showing in last year's German League edition. But also Shining Star, who's consistently played at a high level. He played in the Boys' Vanguard League as well, where he had a decent performance. And well, just from playing on ladder and watching the stream a bit, I know he can pull off some stuff. He put in some practice. So yeah, excited to see him. But yeah, lots of other players having a shot as well. So yeah, really exciting to see who's gonna take it home.
Yeah, I'm looking especially at the two French representatives. Obviously, with a healthy amount of bias from my side, I'm looking at. I faced them on the national circuit and different LAN events, and they're definitely not to be underestimated. I'm really looking forward to seeing them in the finals.
Yeah, definitely. So with that, I think we're gonna have 2 games today. 5 games today, sorry,
Yeah.
with 2 lobbies each.
Yes.
And then maybe we can take a look at the first lobby for the day.
Yeah. So for the first lobby, we will have our eyes on. We will be looking at Bardo Klaus, Payne, Clemu, Suso, Havali, Som, Shining Star, and Quid.
Yeah. That's already quite a stacked lobby. We got both our regional finalists, who we said will be our favorites to win this as well as some of our dark horses here, right, with Payne and both French players actually. So looking at a really high level first game here. So already starting really close. Do you see like some underdog chances for Quid here as well, or maybe Bartoklas?
Well, I am not. I'm not sure. I have not seen him. So I will be really interested to look at what he does and see if he manages to find his spot among the more experienced players here.
Yeah. So maybe we can have some prismatics into one to help him out. Some seeds of chaos to mix up the routine for the other players.
Yeah. I want to come back to the format, so it's 5 games and half of them will move on to the finals. How does that impact your preparation? Do you think it's wise to play and look for, safe top 4s, so playing for tempo and trying to not reach the most capped boards, or do you think that's not a wise idea?
Like in these formats, usually top 4s should be enough to get you through to day 2. So today, I think this is a valid approach. However, it is always a bit risky, because if you're playing to not hit the most capped board from the beginning and then something goes wrong and your board is really weak all of a sudden, then oftentimes you will just run out of steam and everyone will have like a halfway decent board and the damage in the lobby may not be high enough. So you go out as 7th or 8th and like stage 5 because you couldn't really put it together, and you took like 15 damage from every fight going forward in 4-1. So I think what's important for the players today is finding this middle ground, not playing too greedy, but not playing too tempo focused as well, so they can take home some solid placements around the 2nd to 3rd, 4th place.
Yeah, I agree, because since it's 5 games, a single hard bottom going 8th or 7th once means that you now have to start taking a lot of risks to climb back. And if you've prepared game plans that are not great at grabbing this first place spot and are more 3rd or 4th place on average, then you will struggle. You will be put under immense pressure to perform suddenly, and that's surely that's when we'll see who has the nerves, the guts, and the willpower to go through all of that and still make a comeback. And I'm really looking forward to that kind of excitement.
Yeah, and let's see. Maybe some of these players need the additional pressure to come back later and take home lots of first places later. But now let's, as we're loading into the first lobby, let's get ready to see how the first game is going to play out today.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the first carousel, because that's going to be really important in determining some of the early game tempo. We had a full regular carousel with only the chain vest being duplicated, and we can see that the gloves and the defensive items are kind of shunned by the players. They're all going for offensive items or the belt.
Yep. So let's start out here with Quit from the UAE, from the American University of the UAE, starting out with a sword with Poppy. So what are some general directions you usually like to go when you have the sword start?
Well, rather obviously, the sword start means we'll be looking more heavily at AD comps, with the possibility of getting early Deathblade, an early Infinity Edge, and all the AD heavy focused items. So let's see if that's where he goes, but that's not the only thing that can be done. Obviously, you can really easily find AP starting items with the Shojin or just a Gunblade.
Yeah, but the Ash player is definitely a good start. However, just 6 gold is certainly something you don't want to see. Rather have some units here. But still solid opener, I would say. Some defenders as well, so some sort of front line should be there. Always very important in the early stages to get the beefy front line going, because you will have long fights, and this is what will win you the fights in the end.
Yeah, and we're looking here with the rod dropping, the duelist looking mighty interesting, because what really powers a good early game duelist board is being able to access the locket of the Iron Solary as early as possible to give time to the entire board to reach their stacked attack speed that will just mow through anything.
Oh yeah, definitely. So let's see what he drops here. Another sword, so that really should lean him into the AD options, while we see what the augments will be. Oh, and it's gonna be Rich Kid Richard scope weapons, so Axiom Arc. What do you think of these?
Well, scoped weapons is obviously looking really good with that Deathblade start. The only issue is that it's early in the game. You want to play scoped weapons for a Belvet or Warwick units, and taking it that early is obviously a big risk, and he opts to not go into it and just get a truckload of money instead.
Yeah, rather the safe options, and then deciding to push level as well with the Rich Get Richer economy. I think this may be seen as some kind of controversial choice as well, since sometimes people prefer to just make full econ, try and go for the lose streak, and maximize these gold incomes very early, so you can reach these 7 econ breakpoints, which enable Rich Get Richer to get the power later.
And I'm sorry, but is that a 2-star Alistar on 2-1 already there for Quid? Oh, wait, no, for Battle Class. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
That is a scary board, but also a very expensive one to maintain.
Oh, yeah, so it looks like this 3 company was a cow farm. Breaking
For
up
sure.
this Alistair too. Already having the Fiora as well to enable Oxforce, so this should give him a stable board because he has the Nyla on bench as well. So looking for 4 duelist Alistair to set up for the early game, certainly something very strong. Meanwhile, we can see Quid. He didn't make the Ashe. Most interestingly, gets another 2 Ashe in the shop just to rub it in that he maybe should have bought the Ashe. Decides to go with these duelists and just playing not really any kind of upgraded unit for now. So what do you think about this decision, going for and then not buying the upgrades?
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a rough start for Quid. He's taken the Reachgate Reacher, which means he's weaker than players with combat augments, and he's also opted to not go for the Ashe, which means that it kind of tells me that he just doesn't like sure shots as an opener in general. So that gives us an inkling into what his game plan is, and I'm thinking it's gonna revolve around sacking a lot and going for Belveth. So maybe this early leveling is to enable him to find high cost units early on, and that 2-star Camille will be hitting hard with that Deathblade.
Oh yeah, so hitting Camille too. Obviously, I would level there as well if I see that. So yeah, this should stabilize him for this early game, I think, and should lead him into a good spot. And interestingly enough, there are multiple options available for him. Like either he can go this Renegade line, maybe reroll the Camille depending on how many he hits, maybe going for Jhin, because he will have high econ and that's very good for the Jhin comp. Or, as you said, just pivot Belveth. So, yeah. This should be very strong, and I think we can see Camille doing some work here now, right?
Yeah, she's definitely going to be an absolute menace for this early game. And I think the interesting thing will be to see what kind of augment we get in 3-2, because a hero augment could open up a really nasty reroll Camille with already, even if he doesn't find any, he'd have 4 of them and probably a lot of HP. So...
Last Whisper Camille on the carousel for him. Let's see if he picks that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's so we now know what he will be looking at. It's either this Camille or just use her as a transition point to go into maybe Jhin Renegade later in the game.
Yeah. And one thing to consider, if you're looking for Belveth here instead, we've seen Xuso running the scope weapons, playing in Nasus too as an early item holder or early carry in the scope weapons. So he will most likely be contested.
Yes, and so obviously we've seen Bardoclos and Suso leveling up really aggressively. We mentioned that playing for top 4 and tempo would probably be the strategy for some of these players, and it looks like these 2 players think they're in a really good spot. And well, I can imagine with having the 2-star Alistair that both of them are really strong. It's going to be interesting to see who they face against each other, because that's going to be important for the lobby.
Oh yeah, but for now, Xuso is gonna face Shining, who's playing a Gnar with the Jeweled Lotus in the early game. Probably more a transition than a commit at this point, and we can see Xuso having just a really, really strong board for this stage. Upgraded Nasus, upgraded Poppy in the front line, Anima Squad enabled, Riven in the backline as well, who can utilize the scope weapons quite well actually. And then the static shift Morgana, what's kind of like the flavor and tech of the month, or the set rather, right?
Yeah, she's that ability to shred and sunder every single defensive stat on the enemies with that static shift is absolutely massive, because it means that that buckler Poppy will throw out will probably hit someone that has their magic resistance reduced, and with the Gargoyle, Stoneblade, and Defender, she's going to be able to take the carries real low real quickly, probably two-shotting most of them.
Yes. So, and that's like a really interesting decision here as well. Like, do you make this Renekton, who's probably slightly stronger than the Silas, but give up 1 econ breakpoint? No, that's... Oh, Bardoclos. Maybe he needed the Renekton for this one. So let's see.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting, and we can see the Gangplank and the Alistar dogpiling. On the Silas, but right there's already the Kale is nearly taken out, and I'm thinking Bardoclos probably does not have the DPS unless the Scow is just saying you can't milk those, and no,
not quite a behemoth yet, this Alistar. And the KL1 in the backline without the items, not being able to put in enough damage. However, we also see that he was still sitting on some components. He picked up a spec for a spike later in the game. So as a consequence, the power to take down Kuso here is not there, and we see him taking home the 5 streak, putting him in the supreme position for the later stages of the game, having this really well late scaling augment in scope weapons and the strong economy and strong early board right now.
Yeah, that must be a really great feeling for him, because that battle class was going to be the #1 threat to his win if he kept with the win streak. And now he's all alone at the top of the lobby, meaning he'll probably be uncontested in his level 6 push, meaning he will be able to surely maintain this win streak, especially if he finds the 2-star Silas here. Does not hesitate for a single second, levels up, puts in the Alistar, and he's going to be probably dominating this lobby. Now, if we take a look at the middle of the pack, maybe let's see what the players have found to enable the rest of their game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Clemeth here, already having the LeBlanc 2 and the Hacker in as well, with an admin emblem, 4 admin already.
yeah.
Holy.
And the admins are scary ones as well. It's every 5 seconds team-wide AP and team-wide gold drops. So he will be making bank throughout that stage 3.
Oh man, and if we talked about the game beforehand, right, or what you want to do, looking for the safe top 4s in one way and not playing too greedy in the other way. You have the gold, so you're kind of playing a bit greedy, right? This is like the huge win-out option, but then again, you're playing Hacker LeBlanc as well, which is like the top 4 get-me-out comp. So really nice setup here. Interesting to see how he will where he will land as we see the second augments coming in. Luden's Echo, Sunfire Board, and Cybernetic Implants, which most certainly are not what you're looking for if you're playing LeBlanc. And now Double Trouble or a Spellslinger Crest. These are both interesting options. What do you think about Double Trouble in this spot?
I am not sure about it. It's looking like it's a really tough choice for him too. He's hesitating there, and I'm sure I'd be hesitating as well in his spot. He opts out into the Spellslinger's Crest and finds another LeBlanc. And it's going to be interesting to see who will be the recipient of the crest, and if he maybe plays in a 4 Spellslinger version, because he already has the Hacker emblem, so he can maybe get rid of the Shen and give more starting AP to that Sona, to that Pike that will end up doing a lot of damage. And we see Zuso has not stopped upgrading his world body. Oh my god.
So this Morgana gets an Infinity Force, and he found the Riven too. And crucially, the Morgana also stuns the LeBlanc. However, the scope weapons on the Riven is kind of griefing right now, as she's still focusing the front line before the LeBlanc. However, the rest of the team of Clemeth is falling quickly, and now it's LeBlanc against the world, and it's going to be... No, she's not going to be able to take the rest of the team out. The Hacker healing is not enough, so Kuso will remain on top.
Yeah, and we see now that he's joined by Psalm with a win streak of his own, and that will be looking to maybe contest him come 3-5 on the level 7 aggressive curve. And let's go and take a look at what he's building, because that's bound to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So what I really would have liked to see is rebuild the Blitzcrank, rebuild the Pike, and just give all the emblems to Shen to make him go full Identity Crisis. However, right now the Spellslinger Pike should be really strong in combination with the Sunfire as well, and you can see Pike kind of becoming like a prominent carry, like secondary or first carry in comps like Mascots as well. So this should complement the LeBlanc like quite well, and you can see the Pike is coming to finish off what the LeBlanc left, working really well. As we see Clemeth taking down Pain here, who's, as it looks, is still digging deep into the underground, looking for huge heist.
Yeah, and that's that Pike acting like a second hacker, going through inside of the backline and just taking down carries by himself will be a force to be reckoned with if he gets upgraded. If he manages to make him a 3-star Pike with the Spellslinger emblem, he will dish out the damage and probably threaten a lot of carries.
Yes. So we see Pain picks up the glove here with on the Nico. So maybe this is something that stabilizes him as he's dropped quite low. Still looking for that cash out, it seems. While Havali also fairly low, picking up a sword. But all in all, I feel like players are a bit scammed by this carousel, right? Where are the juicy T4 units? Where are the Jins? Where are the Viegos here?
Yeah, Havali picking up a Samira for his underground as well. And we see,
Ooh,
yeah, that's
it's a really
that's
nice pickup here.
yeah, that Camille is looking really good, and she's got her replacement ready already. You can see the Belvet is already there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's also holding the units for the potential Jin setup, preparing his Riftwalkers. So yeah, definitely looking strong for stage 4 here, picking up the Thrill, which is one of the best augments in this Renegade comms. And you can fit the Belveth if you don't hit the Jin too immediately. So I really like that he's holding it here. But for now, this Camille should still be really strong for this stage. Even though she's focused by the Sona immediately, but the healing both Thrill and Gunblade should be enough to sustain him here. Or maybe not quite, right? The Oxfrost shield's coming in.
Yeah, she does not seem to have the damage to go through the Alistar heal, the Manazane Sona heal, the Nila heal, and it ends up being too much for her. She does not have Renegades, she does not have admin, and she does not have hacker to get access to that backline. So she ends up being lackluster in that regard.
Oh, and this is like a what's that, tier 3 heist? It looks like
it is.
And he picks up some items. So the Rage Blade and the Hurricane in combination with the Death Blade, that's actually quite nice. So he dropped really low on this, but 6 components, and those actually are quite decent items for a setup. So this looks quite fine, to be honest. And he already has the Nico 2, which unfortunately doesn't really fit that well with the board.
Yeah.
But I feel like certainly if he rolls down in 4-1, he should be able to find one good option with a Samira and Jin both already on his board or on his bench.
Yeah, and he opts to not put the Rage Blade on Jin, rather obviously, since his attack speed cannot go up at all. And that should be enough damage to take down this Camille that we just previously saw, who's just a placeholder for Belveth. And it's looking like Belveth is going to be quite contested this lobby, no? Because I see one here on Quid. I know Shining Star wanted to play her, and Suso with the sculpt weapons is going to be wanting to play her as well.
Yeah. So yeah, this will be interesting to see going forward, right? Because especially for Suso, right, usually his backup would be to play the Warwick instead of the Belveth, but we saw him playing this Anima squad opener together with the Nars and the Riven, and he's gonna struggle to find all the Laser Corps supports units. So maybe this is some way that he can still be taken down in this lobby, right? Everyone just greets his Belveth, and he ends up not finding a good carry.
Yeah, well, I know for having taken a quick peek that he does have a Belveth already, thanks to being level 7 ahead of the curve. So he's not looking too worried right now. But Pain opting to not roll any deeper than that and saying that no, I have faith in my board and I know I am strong enough to go to level 8 where I will be able to set up my final board. But that's
really greedy. Really greedy, and this is like he didn't listen to us before the game, right? So maybe he misunderstood. Maybe he thought play as greedy as possible. So interesting to see. And what he doesn't even slam items, it seems.
Yeah, he looks like he's of two minds about it. No, there he goes. Okay, he plays around the 2-star Nico, gives her the Shojin to go along with the Green Zeus and try to get as many casts as possible. It's actually an interesting synergy between Jin and Nico, because she struggles to actually finish off her targets, but that's what Jin does. So it looks like it is enough to take down Bardo Klaus with that Manazing Sona, and he, for now, is proven right in trusting his comp.
Yeah, and this is like a really flexible, really fun board for this stage. However, we do have to ask, what will this board end up looking like in stage 5, right? Because these units Well, they're fine for now because they have a lot of power, just being 4-cost units and upgraded with lots of items for this stage. But they will fall off, and the way he slammed the items as well means that this doesn't necessarily play towards either of these comps, right? Because if you're playing around Nico, why do you have all these 80 items? And as he picked up the Viego augment here, he's looking to play against Renegades. So what will he do with the Rageblade and the Shojin? So this will be interesting to see how he ends up later in the game. Meanwhile, we see Havali, who also had a really rough lose streak early game. Who looked like he stabilized off of this Ace 2. He found an early Janna, and the Riftwalker Echo 2 actually giving him Aegis +1 on the Riftwalker. Quite a nice tech here. Looking like a strong contender as well, even though his HP is really low.
Yeah, and let's not forget that he opted into the rule of 4 Jhin augment, which means that every 4 takedowns, that Jhin is going to be generating money and potentially items as well. So if he manages to stay alive, he can just keep growing bigger and bigger, and that Aurelion Soul is going to be doing a lot of damage. His board is just so hard to kill right now. This 2-star Echo is a proper monster, and with the CC from the Janna and the Pike, he's probably not scared and being confident he can go to level 8 and build a rather strong board.
Yeah. And we can see he can still upgrade this board clearly, right? With the anyone, the Alistair one, looking for replacements, right? And then interestingly, do you think he will actually put in the Vex on this board? Because he got the Riftwalker emblem, so he doesn't need to play the Vex. However, playing the Vex anyways would give him access to, for example, then mascots with the Alistair, and push the Zac to like an even greater star level. So,
yeah, 3-star Zac would be interesting, but the interesting question will be: would he even be able to find that 2-star Vex? And we can see that Zuso is not only the only one on the scoped weapons train and Shining Star with that Back for Blood, scoped weapon, jeweled Lotus Velvet.
Oh my god,
he has 7 items on her in total.
That's like the most disgusting buff I've seen. So this is like a buff that's looking to just tear through the enemy lines right now, and I'm pretty sure that barring some very strong CC setups, people will struggle really hard to take this one down.
Yeah, and the lobby is looking like it's really close to having its first casualties in Pain and Quid that are really struggling to stabilize. And we talked about it, going for this Reacher early, apparently put Quid in the bad position, and it looks like he's been on the bad end of the Belvet's hype train.
Yes, he manages to pick up the Belvet 2 right now. He still has the Back for Blood augment, so he got the healing in there as well, but he already has a Gunblade, so the augment might not be as effective as he would hope it to be. Also, missing the scope weapons, this means that this Belvet without a QSS as well, and without an Edge of Night, might be able to be picked off here by some of the other lineups. However, as we see him going up against Psyom, who decided to play the Spellslinger line, picking up green screen, I think it's called, the Nico support augment.
Easy being green being the proper name. Yeah, and right now he's not looking too strong. He's chilling on his economy. I'm guessing. I'm waiting to go level 8. On stage 5, he has a lot of HP to spare, so he's sacrificing that handily. And we've seen Quid just have to make some really tough sacrifices, selling the Aurelion pair to get the Jax pair and finding the 2-star Echo here. So his front line is looking really, really good. But we'll have to see if he manages to simply beat out the other scoped weapons, because that's definitely an augment that transforms the way Belvet plays.
I mean, just compare these Belvets, right? Like, it's not even close. Like, I really like Shining Stars looking so scary right now, and I think he's only looking to get stronger, as he will probably phase out these Oxforce units later in the game to replace with like proper upgraded tier 4, tier 5 units.
Oh, and we take a look at Clemo after a long time, and it looks like he's managed to find a second admin emblem, meaning he's playing 6 admins. And if he manages to stay alive for long, not only will that mean a lot of AP, but that means a lot of gold generated by his team. We can see here he's quite wealthy, but his HP is dropping low on 6 LeBlanc, getting close to Sona 3-star as well. Let's see if he manages to hit it and then skyrocket his economy to maybe, I don't know, a 3-star legendary.
Yeah, he already has like a 6 LeBlanc, I think, on bench, 6 Sona as well, and he found the Jenna for the level up, so that will be a really good roll down in 5-1, I reckon. While we see Bardo Klaus here, who decided to also go for the Spellslinger route, also playing easy being green, right? And we can see he dropped quite low while sitting on his economy, deciding to sit on both the Nico and the TF pair for now. However, he has the Echo ready to be added in here, and his itemization is actually really, really great. So yeah, let's see if he manages to find a spot and stabilize, but more importantly, Quid and Pain are duking it out for the bottom 2 spots here, and we see Pain picked up a Viego too, and Quid just found these Aatrox too. So both of these spots are looking quite strong, while we are still rolling for the Acel, I believe. Or do you make this fight? Oh
yeah, and we see the 3-star LeBlanc for Clemu, and he's also one of the 3-star Sona. No 3-star Pike though, but that's starting to look really scary. We get an Archangel on the Sona who will become 3-star, and we see him facing against Bardo Class, who has just found his 2-star 4-cost carries, and we already see the Mana Zen Nico will not have time to do anything.
That's not where you want your Nico to stand.
She's just gone.
Oh yeah. This LeBlanc here, 6 admin, 4 hacker, really strong. However, she just got deleted there by TF and LeBlanc.
Yeah, and surprisingly, the Twisted Fate not being targeted early enough by the LeBlanc will mean Clemu drops to 16 HP, being really close. And the bottom lobby is looking really close. That must be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, 3 people close to dying here. Quid and Pain both managed to find the crucial win here. With Cavalli also dropping to HHP, and we can see Pain now that he found his units. All these items he found are like it's looking really good here, right? 3 fully itemized carries in Viego, Morgana, and Jhin, while also having some items on the Alistair, giving him some resemblance of a frontline, where this could still be better, and even the Leona and Shop. So yeah, looking really good.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really key fight for Bardo Class, because if he wins here, he stays healthy enough to survive and probably eke out a top 4. But if he loses to Pain here, he will join the ranks of the people on the brink of death. And that looks like
that Nico old man.
Yeah, the Viego with even with the Zonias and the Heartstopper augment is not enough, not able to get through these Oxforce units that were all separated with really good positioning from Bardo Class, not creating openings.
And that means with Pain getting popped by Nico, Quid remains strong, takes another win, actually win streaking now, securing at least top 7, and I think he may be looking for more here now.
Oh, he definitely is, because he is keeping his economy and he's looking to go level 9, because, I mean, look at that front line. Not only do you have a fully itemized Mech Garen, but you also have the 2-star Echo and 2-star Aatrox to support that. So that Belgrade is going to have a lot of time for herself before she gets targeted.
Oh, but maybe it's not going to be that much time either, because depending on where she decides to jump, this LeBlanc matchup can be like a hit or a miss. But for now, the Garen decides to smartly position himself in the middle, taking this LeBlanc quite well.
Yeah, we can see the Thrill of the Hunt doing a lot of work on the Garen actually, and the LeBlanc is now all alone against the Word, but you have to remember she has an Archangel and a stacking AP. Yeah, if the fight goes on long enough, she just gets so much AP through that 6 admin, and that means Quid will die having 40 gold in bank while he was looking towards the sunset with that level 9, and he just tripped over a root and sadly will go down at 7.
And Tavali says, thank you, I'm gonna take the 6th, while also going down. And now we do have our final matchups approaching here with 2 Spellslingers and I still believe 2 Bloodbath players as well. And yeah, we're gonna stick with Bardo here, who managed to find the 2nd Oxforce emblem, now going for 6 Oxforce. So this is like also like a really strong board, really beefy frontline to get through. However, Klamath also found the the Sona 3 right now, but Suso finds the Riven 3. So it looks like the lobby is really picking up steam once again here in the middle of stage 5.
Yeah, we can see the what I think will be the dominating compositions, and well, Zuso is just actually really close to that 3-star misfortune. We mentioned he would be looking for the Velvet, but in the end he opted to stay into the Anima spotlight, and with the 3-star Riven, if he manages to hit that 3-star misfortune, barring some nasty interference by the hacker LeBlanc, he will be a menace, and he still has 45 HP to play with, so he can definitely cap that board out some more.
And while the LeBlanc takes a bullet time to the face, the MF takes several sigillus here to the face, and the LeBlanc 3 is stronger for now. So let's see how this matchup fares when Vayne 3 suddenly appears and then MF 3 suddenly appears also. So, whoa, do you pick this MF here to grief?
That's a really good question. I think if he noticed that his opponent is going for 3-star MF with the amount of economy he's generating through his admin anyway, there's no reason not to go for this MF. And he's not a fool. He sees it. He gets her, and he will be going against Suso, trying to make his life as hard as possible, because he does not want that 3-star MF, because she will absolutely face tank LeBlanc and burst her. And we see a rematch against the Twisted Fate. This time, LeBlanc has a bone to pick with him and just takes him out.
Yeah, and you can see the matchup certainly is a lot easier if there's not a TF2 focusing down your LeBlanc.
Well, I don't know about a lot easier, because that means this time the Nico with Easy Being Green and the Manazane stayed alive, but the good thing for LeBlanc is that she does not have this Nico is not able to take down the LeBlanc, and Bardo-Class will go down and take 5th place. So mission accomplished for the LeBlanc.
Yeah. And it was a quite strong setup with the 6 Oxforce as well, right? That died here, and I think Bardo-Class Klamath played some, right? Like the Ghost. So yeah. Unlucky for Bardo there, being taken down by, I believe, Shining. And we will see how Klamath actually decides to cap out the spot, and if he has a shot to win, right? Because he's still very low. Stage 6 is approaching. Player damage will increase. So he will be one shot if he has like a really bad fight. And we know that Shining Star is very strong, and we know that Suso is still fishing for these units. He has a lot of economy, 7 MFs already, and he has the Nico on bench, like the champion duplicator. So one more MF, and surely he should be able to find it, right?
Surely, I mean, there it is. And as we said, he had such a dominating lead in the early game, and he managed to not stay stuck on the idea that Belvet had to be his carry. And we see he's not the only one looking for a 3-star. Yeah, there's 7 Belvet, and we see Shining Star also was holding 1 misfortune. So it was not as easy as it looked for Zuso to find the misfortune, but he did not falter, and with that huge economy he gathered, he was able to find the 3-star MF, 3-star Riven, 3-star Vayne, and it will take at least a 3-star Velvet for Shining.
Meanwhile, Klamath died to Psom, the Oxford setup, taking down the LeBlanc 3 here. Well, I believe Klamath was still greeding one fight, I think, to go level 9. So really fortunate timing here for Psom to take him out. And really huge as well, because we will see that he faces Suso now. And I'm fairly certain there won't be a lot of hope for people going up against him for the foreseeing future, right? Maybe Shining Star can contest on a Velvet 3, but we can see Suso's already holding 1 Velvet. He's holding 3 Garants as well, like maybe he just wants to double up or double down on the tier 4 3-stars.
Well, on the one hand, level 9 is inaccessible for him, but on the other hand, taking out 3 Garants and 3 additional Echoes out of the pool also sort of helps Shining Star. So I'm thinking he's taking a little bit of a risk here, and we see Shining Star and Suso both. And another Velvet, and another Echo as well.
Who do you think today?
Yeah. Who do you think takes it between 3-star Misfortune and 3-star Velvet? Because I have an idea, and I'm not so sure about it.
I think we could see the Edge of Night on the Belveth for Shining. So depending on where the MF ults and where the Belveth stands, I believe that the Belveth should be able to dodge around and then with the Edge of Night survive once, so that she can rip through the team and then just quickly get onto the MF. And if the Belveth gets a cast through on the MF, I'm fairly certain she will die.
Yes, the question is, can the Belvet actually rip through this Riven? Because even at restart, that Riven is looking like a very, very strong wall to that will pose a lot of resistance. There's the Brandbull Vest that will cancel out the Jeweled Lotus and all the HP stacked through Anima. And talking about Anima, oh no, Zuso sees one more Garen and it's like, I will make them all shine.
So after having not the best showing at the regionals, he really wants to make a statement here in game 1. Just hitting all the 3-star units. Additional gold coming in here from Make It Rain, the MF support augment. But, one more Garen.
And there it is.
Oh my god.
And there it is, the second 3-star forecast for Zuso, looking to make a statement, putting that last whisper on Garen, saying that Shining Star will breath his last whisper with that 3-star Garen. And we see still 7 Belves not having a lot of success, but he's holding on to his economy. Shining Star is counting on the stage 7 to win once and then take it home.
But surely if you're Shining Star at this point, you're going to be like, well, really? I'm rolling. I'm not hitting any Belveth. He finds 2 Belveths just for fun and then gets 2 3-star forecasts on top.
Well, Shining Star is not. He needs to live through that one, but I'm pretty sure he will not hold on to his economy and will start rolling here to not be the third player dying with all of his gold. And we can see him hitting a little bit of units, but no 3-star means has honestly realistically no chance. Zuso is looking like he's gonna be taking it home.
No, and he sells his board. He starts selling his board, which you can't see right now. But that's not gonna be enough. As we can see, the MF and the Garen here taking a victory pose, the Anima victory pose. Kuso will be able to close out this first lobby and taking the first win.
Yep, and it's just been a dominating game from start to finish from Zuso. He's definitely shown why he has been to the EMEA finals to the very end.
Yeah, very well played by him. Picking up this early win streak, playing a strong board, not being too fixated on the Belveth there with the scope weapons, right? Recognizing his Anima spot is strong enough that he can carry it through, picking up the Make It Rain, and he made it rain, right?
Yeah,
that MF,
really did.
That Garen, Riven, Vayne as well, those were 4 win cons on their own, so yeah. Overwhelming victory here, I would say, in the first game by Huso.
Yeah, and even though Shining Star did not manage to get any 3-star focus of his own, his second place is not to be forgotten. That's a lot of points already going for him. He must be feeling really happy. I'm feeling really happy. I think he's probably the nicest player we have on the EU West server. And but Zuso, recognizing with all of his game knowledge that while Anima is not such a great composition overall, it's not going to be something that we see every game like Renegades or Hawks for Spellslinger. If you manage to hit the 3-star Riven and the 3-star Vayne, you're already in a good spot. But obviously, if you go one step further and get the 3-star Misfortune and the 3-star Garen, then it's obviously unbearably strong.
Yeah, definitely. And on the other end of the lobby, right, we could see Pain going for this underground cash out, then playing it a bit greedy in stage 4, dropping really low, and then just being taken out by one unlucky fight with one big Nico ult, killing his dreams of taking points early here. So he's looking like he has to play a lot better for the next games.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. Both underground players falling short of the top 4 here. Do you think it has something to do with the hacker player in the lobby? Because that tends to be really disruptive. You have to opt into not being positioned against the LeBlanc and just getting absolutely wiped by the by her dropping onto your carry, or do you opt into positioning against her and opening yourself up to worse matchups against everyone else?
Yeah. So really, really, really interesting game one here coming in, and well, I think we may be changing to the other lobby because they had some problems starting the game. It seems. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
first, before going for the next lobby, we'll be going on a short break, and then we'll bring the action right back to you after that once we get eyes on them. And so let's take it from the top. We had what? 2 spellslingers in that lobby, right?
yes. 2 Nico support augments.
Yes, 1 hacker, 2 scoped weapons, 1 playing Velvet and the other playing Anima Squad, and 2 undergrounds, one of which played into Renegades with
Yes.
Jin, and the other one playing around Velvet. Yes. That was no wait, I'm mistaking it. Quid was not the second underground player. That was Havali.
Quid and Havali. Havali played Renegades as well, I believe, and then Quid was playing the Belvath with the mech.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's let's see. I'm expecting a lot of spellslingers and renegades going forward, and we'll see what the other 4 slots in each game will be. But before then, we'll be going on this short break, and see you soon.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
And welcome back, everyone. After this extended break, we had, while we were waiting, the second lobby has been completed, and we now are ready to move on to game 2 of the day. And so we've seen some interesting results, and it's going to be interesting to see the dynamic that develops from now on, because the players that got first and second now have a small bumper. They can play a little bit more with some confidence that they have a lead. They can mess up once and not be doomed. But the players, on the other hand, that are in the last 4 places, having gone 8 and 7, will now have to take much bigger risks to climb back and get first or second to compensate for that first result.
Yeah, and we can see Rousseau, as we saw on broadcast before the break, taking the first with this 3-star, let's say 3-star mastery of Anima Squad and Garen as well. Meanwhile, YCO took a first place in the other lobby, also rocking lots of 3-stars, featuring your cut and then rerolling the mascots to success. While at the bottom of the table, we see Undertaker, Pain, Wuyo, and Quid who really need to pick it up if they want to have a fighting chance taking these much deserved or much desired playoff spots.
Yeah, it's going to be really nerve-wracking, especially I'm thinking with the waiting time between the 2 games for the players that we were spectating. That must be a time to reconsider. They have had a lot of time to think of how they want to adjust their strategy, if they want to adjust it. That might not be the wisest thing to do, to change plans on the fly, leading to something that's maybe a little bit less prepared. And I'm really excited to see what kind of not gambles, but what kind of decisions they end up taking to climb back this deficit they have now.
Yeah, and we're gonna see who of these players took this time to recollect themselves and maybe come back even stronger, and 2 of them maybe lost a bit of focus and had a bit too much time to think about their nerves. So for lobby 2 or for game 2, we will now see the winners of the previous lobby here, actually. Rousseau, YCO, and Shining, and Little Bit Pro, and as well not Priom, duking it out. So yeah, I think we're in for another really good game that should be about to start any second now.
Yeah, and once again, the dynamic of what the players try to accomplish will be really interesting. Will we see some heavy gambles, people dropping really low on HP once again with the underground, or the likes of reroll comps that have a really high risk but also really high reward if you manage to hit everything you need and not mess the execution up and not miss any positionings or any cheesy things their opponents might try to put in their way to try and take them out.
Yeah, and the Austrian lobby had a 2-1 hero augment last lobby, so we could really see the difference in the compositions that we could see there, because they finished with lots of tier 2 3-star units and also lots of focus on TF based on Burning Spirit, compared to the very heavy focus on tier 4 carries in the other lobbies that came with the 4-2 hero augments there.
Yeah, and we see here the Turkish representative having started with the glove, and I find that one to be a little bit harder to pilot than other ones, because that item has presents some issues in that it does not really open up the activation conditions, I like to call them, for some units. For example, caster units need some mana generation to start really doing anything. So if you for example, get a jewel gauntlet with another rod on top of that, and you get jewel gauntlet, you put it on the caster, and if they don't have any mana generation, then it does barely, next to nothing.
Yeah, and we are playing on 13.9 in fact, whereas Samira as well as Kate and Lucian are still bugged on the crit side, so that means that Glove becomes kind of a worse slam, because IE doesn't really interact positively with that unit that should be premier carriers for these items. So really picking up the Glove might be a bit challenging, however still might have some strong solutions here. I for one really want to see, when I start Gloves, the Lucky Gloves prismatics in 2-1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but however, let's see what he makes of this start.
Yeah, let's see if he manages to navigate that, because he is not to be underestimated. He has not reached this point in the game in the tournament by being a bad player. So he gets a lot of gold and a very interesting choice here with the Gnar box and the Prankster crest. He could opt into, if he's familiar enough with the competition, to go into Gnar, and it looks like that's what we're going to see. And we get a 2-star Lulu to top it off. So really looking like a good start for NotPure.
Yeah, and this was actually quite an interesting decision as well, because taking the Portable Forge is one of the strongest ones in 2-1, especially with the Gadgeteen opener, because they interact very positively with the items and then the All items especially. However, this 3 Prankster start that he will be able to play here should be very, very strong for the early game. While he does decide to rather play the Lux 2 for now instead of the Jinx, which is understandable, I would say.
Yes, he gets the benefit of being able to put the 2-star Lux in the front line. And as I was saying, when you're playing casters, you want them to have some mana generation. Usually you cannot afford to place them in the front line, because if they die, then, well, they don't do anything. But with the Prankster crest, this Lux can go in the front lines and generate mana through taking damage and then repositioning with that target dummy. And, well, it's looked like she just completely missed casting on the dead GP.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate.
And we could see the GP didn't care for the pranks at all. He just nailed that Gnar through the Prankster proc, and that means NotPure starts off with a loss here, which is definitely not something he wanted to see here when picking this augment, right? Because you usually play for a very strong early game off of this.
Yes, he's gonna face the trouble of, as long as he does not have 3-star Gnar or the 5 gadgets in to really strengthen his board, his mid game is gonna be really rough. And starting off with the lose here and not opting into making econ on 2-2, it means he's gonna be down economy against the rest of the lobby. Where we see Wild CEO close to hitting an underground stout, but not quite there. So instead, just making that 10 gold.
Yep. Just playing the weak board, collecting strong units. He's holding onto the Pantheons, so having the tier on bench. So this might be a Lulu setup actually here.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot throughout the year. Lulu reroll was one of the favored one-cost rerolls, even without hero specific hero augments for the composition for the Lulu. It has very mixed results, but that's bound to happen when you play reroll compositions. It's really easy to go dead last if you just miss.
Yeah, meanwhile we can see a little bit pro, our Belgium representative, playing one of my favorite augments, Cluttered Mind, because it's, well, I guess it resonates with me a bit. And what I really like about this augment is you have to stack full your bench, right? You have to hold all the pairs, all the units. But you get some XP as a reward for it. And what this enables, and I'm curious to see if we can see this, is you have lots of potential pivots, but you can also hold like additional pairs. Like, let's say he hit this GP2 now, so he could now play, in theory, hold additional Gangplanks and maybe go for a lucky GP3 while still pushing levels. So yeah, really interesting setup here for him.
It does open a lot of opportunities, and if he manages to only take small losses, not only will he gradually get stronger through holding pairs, but also he will just start taking the lead on the lobby in terms of EXP.
And we see the first carousel coming in, 2 items on normal units. So what jumps to my eye is the Morgana here, obviously, but also the Sunfire Alistair are very good options. And so is the LeBlanc with the tier, and we see YCO picking it up, right? He's already looking for this underground into maybe Hearts, or maybe now LeBlanc as well. So the additional tier should really, really be strong. Like having a Gargoyles and the blue buff already ready. Looks like quite the strong opener from him, leading into 3-1.
What's really interesting to me is that both the last players, so the first ones to pick on Carousel, went for that one star, one cost GP on the Carousel first and foremost before anything else, which is usually something that's kind of not desired if you really like getting 2 or 3 gold here to be able to get through these economy thresholds faster. But since he has an economy augment, and since Cluttered Mind artificially generates 3 gold each turn, that's fine for a little bit pro. He just opts into getting better items for him, slamming that Guardbreaker with the static, which will allow it to proc on the entire board.
Yeah. And with the Kaiser now, 4 Stargain and Guardians enabled here, he's looking to have a really strong board going forward. He slams the items, so that look quite decent. The interesting question will be, though, will he be strong enough to take the 2 streak into neutrals, or will he just be left with like 3 losses, 1 win, 1 lose, which is kind of like the worst case scenario you can have. That would really leave him in like an awkward position going forward. However, the bench is looking quite good here. He has like a quick draw unit to add on level 6 potentially. Looking to upgrade the front line as well. Poppy pair for the defender if you're looking towards Rel. So quite promising. And Kaiser is definitely a good route if you're playing for this Cluttered Mind, because you can collect her while also pushing levels and then finishing off on level 7 or 8 as you wish while collecting all the units.
Do you think he intends on staying on this Kai'Sa for now, or I mean, in the longer run rather? Or do you think he will end up pivoting out?
I think it will depend heavily on the hero augment. Being able to pick up a rel hero augment here might be really, really strong. However, rolling 2-cost units is a bit awkward with this augment. 3-cost units, however, are fairly great to roll, because you can just roll down on level 7, collect all the units, and you still get XP. So you will hit level 8 fairly early. And then even if you haven't finished the Kaiser yet when reaching level 8, that's not so bad, because your odds for 3-cost units on level 8 are still very good. So this gives you like a very great option, and I think the 3-2 augment selection is really what will decide the game for him here.
Yeah, and we just saw him getting the 2 streaks, so his economy is going to be in a really, really powerful position. He's managed to not bleed out too much in the early game, and now, thanks to the Cluttered Mind, he's going to pull out ahead of EXP from the rest of the lobby, making a lot more money than everyone else, and compensating his economy augment through just having 1 more unit than everybody else really soon.
Yeah, oh, and he picks up a Gunblade here, so he's looking for a potential Kaiser Bestum slot actually here, if he manages to pick up the Kaiser carry augment, and even an additional Kaiser. So yeah, oh, even more gold. Too bad he didn't sell his bench there.
Yeah, meaning he has well, potentially missed a 2-star Kai'Sa, but even though that's quite unlikely, he's fully utilizing the fact that you don't need to activate Cluttered Mind during the PvE stage, and he's now so rich, and he can probably level up to put that Gangplank right there exactly, and fill his bench up once more. No, opting for the quick draw. Obviously, sorry.
But I like that. It's okay. It's close actually, right? If you consider it, GP2, Astral 1, and then I guess with the 3 items you really want the quick draw here on the Kai'Sa. So I can kind of see that. However, now holding the GP2 on bench is slightly awkward in terms of gold, right? He's really looking for an additional 1-star unit here again.
Yeah, I think the key thing here is that he does not want to have Duelist activated for the 3-2 augment that's coming up, because that might end up messing up his hero augment choice. And if he manages to get that multi-shot, because he looks like he wants to stay on that Kai'Sa, even though she's falling out of favor a little bit, especially it kind of takes me back to Recon Kai'Sa with especially the Godbreaker. We've seen a lot less play throughout this set than the previous one. I was such a huge fan of that composition.
And there are the hero augments, and it is tier 3, so we will see whether he will decide to go for the hold the line or the multi-shot, and he gets the multi-shot.
It gets the multi-shot. It's kind of scary, but to look for the Kai'Sa, this specific Kai'Sa augment when it's 2-3 cost, because if you count, there are really a lot of 3-cost possibilities here. He gets 2 defenders, so that's 4 augments. And then he also has Nila, that's a 3-cost. So that leaves a possibility of him not hitting multi-shot. Luckily, he does not have any issues. And we now get to see the choice for Portuguese Babe.
Yeah, and he's looking for a laser cop setup, as it seems, picking up boxing lessons, so that should push him into that direction. Meanwhile, we see Shining Star, who somehow got a Vein 2 out of his Drew 2s, so he seems to be cheating a bit.
Definitely, and the Morgana 2-star as well. He's looking really, really strong, and taking that win streak into the entire stage 3 with these aggressive slam with the Ionic Spark that's not seeing as much play recently, but definitely working out for him here.
Yeah, Ionic Spark most notably being bugged a bit for some of the set. However, it's fixed now, and especially if you're looking for Laser Corps or Duelist, this is fairly strong as you dish out quite a lot of magic damage on top. And while your damage is mainly focused on the front line, right, you don't have a lot of backline access. This makes Spark very, very, very strong items, and it plays towards this early win streak as well as one of the strongest early items. So very good itemization coming forward here from Shining. He just needs to find some carry items now and should look for a strong finish here.
Yeah, and what do you think he's aiming towards in terms of composition? Because right now he's the quintessence of the flexible player, having picked up a threat hero augment. The through twos does not give him direction, and his items are just right now generic frontline items. And so all the possibilities are there. What do you think will be the most likely for him?
So he got the remover and the Wukong too. So that means that he could be looking for a mech setup here by removing the items from the Wukong and then putting him on a Garen maybe. He got the Redemption, which is like the best mech item, and he got a vest open, which he can build into either Bramble Vest or Protector's Vow or Gargoyles, which are also supreme mech items. So that's really good. Then he got the Morgana behind, so he can play kind of like dual threats as the backline carries, which then don't need to build itemization. So maybe he can even just build a TG for the secondary carry out of this glove. And then look what items he gets going forward to itemize the second carry, and then just look to win the lobby based off of that.
Yeah, so just a heads up for the audience at home, we don't have one, but neither two underground players, but we have three actually underground players right now. So it's going to be really interesting because usually when you're underground, you're going to drop really low and count on the fact that your cash out makes you stronger than everyone else to come back and not lose any more rounds. But right now, with three of them, that means they might end up just killing each other out and making themselves weaker in the end.
Oh yeah, and we can see Shining putting down the static shift here on the Morgana. So we talked about that interaction earlier, right? The lightning from the static shift will not only apply magic pen, but thanks to Morgana's passive, also physical pen. So he really should be looking for a dual carry setup now. Dual threats AD AP, Baveth and Astol are your usual suspects for that, but you can still fit in Jhin here quite nicely. And we should see continued dominance here from Shining as he takes on one of the underground settlers by Suso here.
Yeah, and as far as I can tell, Suso is on heist level 3 with 68 HP left, so that means he will probably be able to reach heist 4 if he so chooses, and which is the more powerful one, the one that really starts to give so much power compared to Heist 3, because Heist 3 is often the 3 items or 1 Radiant or 1 item. And Heist 4 is when you start getting tactical crowns, a lot of components, or 75 gold, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the one that has the most power. And meanwhile, we see Wild CEO dropping really low alongside with Clemu.
Yep.
Also on Heist 3 for Clemu, and I believe that Wild CEO has cashed out and rolled a lot as well.
Yes.
So we will see if he manages to stabilize that stage, the end of that stage 3, and then into stage 4.
Yes, and we can see him now probably looking to tank one more, because that would bring him to complete his heist, at least the current heist level. And then on what looks to be like 30 HP, he should probably take it. And we can see a little bit Pro ripping through the enemies here with this Kaiser 2, with the carry augment and the really insane itemization here for this stage.
Yeah, it must not be a great feeling for Clemu, because with 28 HP, he has to take that cash. And that means he's gonna have to be definitely afraid of Suso, because Suso is gonna cash one more heist than him with a little bit more HP, I believe, or about the same, but a lot more power in the cash out. So that could spell disaster for him. And we see 2 components and a ton of trade coming on.
That's not what you want to see. I'm gonna be honest here.
Yeah,
Because
it's making it hard.
Yeah, the tome doesn't really give you that huge burst of power, and he can't really cash it in immediately as well, because he's kind of looking to transition his composition right now, and the tome really needs to be set up, and that means he has to basically wait 1 turn for the tome, or just gamble it, and then if he doesn't find a very good emblem that fits his comp, he might be left out to die here. So let's see what he finds here.
It looks like he's hitting the parts for the Renegade Jhin comp, and he's hitting quite nicely with the Jhin pair already. Having the Renegades, the Riftwalker is already there. The items are looking quite good, if I do say so. He just needs to find Forecast 2 stars, and he has 10 seconds left to do it. Here comes Vex 2 star. Can we upgrade Morgana? There she is. We still need the Forecast to be upgraded, or we will be lacking damage, and that is looking like it's rough. We find 2-star Echo. Is that going to be enough? Now we need to place items.
Suso is still second, right? So he should be fine here. So I guess this is quite lucky for Clemeth here, as he should be able to continue and finish his lineup with the 20 gold he got left over.
Yeah, and he still has the tome now, and that round against Zuso gives him the time to set up the tome, as you mentioned. So now we will see, will he be able to hit, I don't know, 1+1 Renegade? What would be the best option for him to get out of that tome?
Renegade or Riftwalker should be, or maybe not Riftwalker that much. So I guess Renegade should be really strong here, as we can see Zuso, he should pick his Augment and his cash out now, right? And being forced to take this augment here is quite awkward because you can't see his heist yet, so he doesn't know whether or not he needs this components or these items of the forge, right? Or maybe if this uplink is really crazy because he hit infinite items. And it looks like he got, what is it, a Radiant Rage Blade to go with his Hurricane and Deathblade, which I guess is not the best, but not the worst.
Not
Looking
the best.
for Samira then here?
Definitely has a lot of potential there with the samurai items. You mentioned the crit being bugged, and that's a good thing for him. He does not have a single crit item, so he will not be encountering that problem. And I said Zuso would be able to cash out a 4 heist, but looks like I was mistaken, and he was forced to take that 3 heist. And things are now looking really bad for him, and suddenly that means Clemo is really, really happy about it.
Yeah, he decided to go level 8, and he's completely broke now, and he hasn't found even pairs on his carries, right? So this might be really rough on 32 HP going forward.
Yeah, the Radiant Green Zeus is kind of powerful, can allow his ball to scale up, but right now that Nara that we haven't seen in a while has grown up to be quite fearsome indeed, and he will just wipe the floor with Zuso, taking him really low to 20 HP, to 19 even.
Yeah, and you can see the Gnar decides to prank the backline there by just jumping directly in front of the carries and just taking one big whoosh to take them out. And you can see that the damage and the tankiness of this backline units is just not there yet. And also lots of like scraps, I would say as well. Units that are not really fitting in with the team composition yet. And yeah, this is like a really rough transition, and he needs to find something soon here or he will just die.
Yeah, and looks like the Garen is finally coming on, but no mech to play. And however, a pair of Belvest could be his salvation with the Radiant Green Zeus. She could stack up that damage really quickly, and with the Thrill of the Hunt, still be able to stay healthy. In any case, it's looking like Samira is being a little bit shy for Zuso, and he's not finding her. Facing off against Wild CEO with the double Sona, with double blue buffs and power grid, means he will once again take a loss, taking him down to his last life.
Econ lost at that point, right? So he will pick something off the carousel at hit, we have to believe.
Yes. Is there 2-star Belvest? No Samira either.
Pair. That's rough.
Yeah. Well, you know, the silver lining is that he did go first. In that first game, so top 8 is not tragic. It just means he loses any kind of lead he had accrued.
He's just trying to make the competition more thrilling and exciting. So really rough game 2 for him here. Well, let's see if he manages to find something to save him. The Garen is a start. However, he needs to sell his Vi and doesn't really have a fitting replacement to actually transition the items.
Yeah,
and there is the Babath.
Yeah, that must feel good, but does it feel good enough? I wonder if she'll be able to make it, because the front line is, while it's looking rather upgraded, it's still far from being stable in my mind.
Yeah. And also options in the shop are coming in now with the Aesol and the Jenna as well. However, the gold is just not there anymore. So now we are faced here with facing this, what is it, Viego setup here? Vertical
Yeah.
Renegades.
Yeah,
that doesn't look quite finished yet. So maybe there's hope.
Yeah, maybe there is hope that 3 triple item Viego is somehow coming back to full health thanks to the Thrill of the Hunt, but that's not going to be enough. Viego, notably much weaker than he was during set 8 as a carry. He's now more of a support unit, so with him being triple itemized on Psalm's board, that's kind of a relief for Zuso. And we see him picking up the Aurelian Soul, giving him the Archangel. That's honestly probably the strongest unit on which you put one item and then you forget about it and it's gonna do so much.
Oh yeah, I agree. And the Gen as well. Some start mana to push tempo here. We see a little bit pro. The bench still full, he's stacking XP, but he hasn't really found the Kaisers. So the gold is mostly gone, only 5 Kaisers here, and we can see the problem that Kaiser is facing after all these nerfs, right? She seems not as stable as she used to be, even though the board is really mostly there for him, barring the Kaiser 3.
Yeah, it's sadly when she does not have a scaling item such as an Archangel or a Gwynzeus to scale up, she tends to lack damage a little bit, but it's not going to be a problem against the other person rerolling 3 because he's 2 off, not 3. It's going to be looking kind of scary when he gets there, but the question is, will he be able to reach that Nunu though?
Yeah, and I think what's very important to note here for Nutrion is that he hasn't found the Gadgeting emblem, it seems like. So that really takes away his supreme or prime win condition and really leads to question, will he be strong enough to outlast these underground players as well, right? Because the lobby is getting really close here.
Yeah, and Clemu, who was win streaking since cashing out, has finally taken one more loss, taken -13 to the face. So I wonder who was strong enough to put him down, but that's really worrying for him now. He could go down if he takes one loss that is bad enough, but that board is not looking like it will go down easily though, and he manages to go level 8. He's looking for a good unit to place, like that Syndra. No, decides that he wants he wants that 2-star Viego. More importantly, and that the Syndra is would be really expensive to maintain, sadly for him.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the bench to play the Syndra. So we will see him sticking with the 4 mascots here, interestingly. So that's looking quite interesting, right? So he popped the tome, found the mascot emblem, which is quite strong on this Echo. However, 4 mascots, while being quite good, is not quite the breakpoint you're looking for. So I think he would be a bit happier with either 5 Renegades or 6 mascots here. Nonetheless, it looks that this Jhin just is strong enough to take down this Viego composition by Psalm, who's now looking to face elimination here in game 2.
Yeah, that's a really important win for Clemu, especially because Psalm is holding the units that he wants, even though sadly he cannot decide to wait for him to die out before rolling, because he is too close to dying on his own and has to keep rolling down. And once again, the bottom 4 of the lobby is just so close that anything could happen. Like Clemu could go 8 here. Meanwhile, at the top of the lobby, Shining Star once again hitting the Velvet 2. It looks like he is looking to take a big lead on the rest of the competition now.
And Yseo got the Viego too, so we can see like Yseo, Psiom, and Clemeth, they're all looking at each other like, can you please die? I need these units. And he crucially hits. That means Clemeth has even more pressure now facing this, well, still Kaiser 2, and it looks like Little Bit Pro decided to sell the Kaiser after making the Nyla 3 without items to push level 8 and play the Syndra, going for 6 Star Guardians now, and it looks quite strong here.
Yeah, it looks like there's just too much with the Jewel Lotus that has been picked up.
That should be just enough to survive for Clemeth, while Psiomtek is taken down actually. So 1 HP comeback possibilities for him now. Some Viegos back in the pool. And there it is, but he doesn't have the gold.
Yes, okay, no, he did. He did keep a Lucian very smart by him. Like that's a really, really good consideration, thinking that they might need that one goal difference between Lucian and Camille, because in terms of ball power, it doesn't really change much. So really well played by him. Will it be able to clutch the win? And crucially, he faces off against Zuso, who has 7 HP. So either way, we will have a death.
Oh, and the Jin just ripping through the front line here, and then missing an ult crucially. However, the Belveth is kind of stuck on this Echo. So is this actually enough? The Jin is still shooting away. Belveth's still alive, kicking, and she's down. Morgana nails her with the cage, and I believe that's enough. Suso goes down, and Clemeth takes the 6th spot at least.
Yeah, and look at the HP. He's really close to actually going all the way up to a 3rd place now that he has these 2-star Diego. He's much more stable, and Zuso's Belvet, while stacking up a lot of attack speed thanks to that Radiant Guinzu, is not able to go through the Bramble Vest, Warmog, 4 Mascot Echo that was such a huge tank. Also reducing Belvet's attack speed with his spells, so that really came in clutch for Clemu. That Dome of Trades really did make it, and as I mentioned, the competition between the underground players, you can see the consequences here.
Yeah, and I think you could really see that the biggest buff Morgana received in this set compared to normal League is that her Dark Bindings are not skill shots, right? It's 2 Dark Bindings and they're point and click. So really crucial to see there getting a real, like a nail biter there, because I believe one more reset, one more the proc on the Belveth would mean disaster for Clemeth, but he survives for now, and we can see Portuguese Babe here, who, well, finished his Laser Corp composition, gets the casual Mordekaiser 2 on level 8, so let's see.
And a duplicator to spare as well. That is terrifying, honestly.
Comes the house.
Yep. The building just smashes down, but the Sonas barely survives, and that looks like that will be enough for Wild CEO. That looks really scary, but the Aegis... Wait, no, is he running Aegis?
No, I believe like the Sona 3 is just naturally tanky.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for Portuguese Babe, because now he joins the ranks of people with 1 life, and Shining Star up with only 24 HP must still be feeling really good about being up there on his throne, looking at the other the other ones less than 10 HP, all 1 hit away from dying.
Yeah, and Notpion meanwhile dying at 6, who looked to have a really strong early game, so quite an unlucky finish for him. And Clemeth, meanwhile, is still going strong, right? Having this Shroud, which is really awkward if you combine it with this Zac here now. Because it is on the pike, and the Riftwalker can be annoying. However, he still manages to hit only the Rel, actually.
Only the Rel, but he has some quite interesting puzzle games to play each round with the Riftwalker and the Exiles and the Shroud there, so it's not surprising he decides that it's not the most important thing to hit. And it looks like the Kai'Sa's still alive though, and that will be the end here. The multi-shot will be able to hold on for a second, just barely. Jin and Jin clutches it out and just about takes Little Bit Pro down in the clutchest of moments. And that, well, as a French supporter, that makes me really happy. But that must be really frustrating for Little Bit Pro.
So is Clemeth just the winner of Nailbiter fights here? Like the champion of those? What is he doing, right? It looks like he dies like every fight, and then just he manages to come back. So really good that his composition manages to stabilize that well based off this 4 mascots and this Echo here. Seems to really be a menace, this Echo, for the enemy backlines, because apparently it's like way too tanky.
It's simply way too tanky. Addition the Giant Slayer given by the Morgana augment, and he just has too much. The Exiles is on top of the mascot, means the composition takes a really long time to die, giving Jin the time to just casually snipe out the remaining targets. And he will be facing against the 3-star Sona, so that's gonna be a real big challenge, because he's the only one that has managed to keep a win streak up until that point. And leader of the lobby with 9 HP. Let's hear it.
Yeah, Underground Showdown. So Power Grid versus this Renegade setup, and 2 blue buffs coming in here. Quite the stacked Aatrox as well for YCO, and it looks quite strong. The Sona is standing safe and steady there in the backline. Meanwhile, the Vigos just jump at each other. and it looks like the Sona is taking the win here. She's just pushing through with all these power chords, slowly but surely taking down this composition. And while the Echo is tanky, there's not much left for him to protect. And Clemeth goes down.
He goes down with a fourth place once again, but that actually might be feeling good for him considering how tense the lobby was and how unstable his position looked during stage 4. So I think he can still be really happy about that. And meanwhile, while CEO kind of upsetting that lobby with that power grid, and I really like what he did with the Sona itemization. I believe that only having the blue buff on Sona as a mana generation is not quite enough. He just kind of misses the bits, and having the static and the Green Zeus to make her cast as fast as possible will give her enough speed. But look at that Leona that's right on top of Aatrox.
Very crucial positioning here for Portuguese Babe, and the Mordekaiser manages to take down the front line. However, the Sona is still fairly untouched. But
she's alone
I
now.
Think all by herself, she doesn't have the damage to finish this off. Warwick jumps at her, Mordekaiser is still alive as well, and that should be the win for Portuguese Babe.
Portuguese Babe with that TG coming in clutch on the 2-star Leona, which is probably used the duplicator on, crucially with the good positioning right in front of Aatrox's face, and he was so tanky. When we saw it against Clemo, he had no way of killing that Aatrox, and Leona was like came in and was like, excuse me, I'm sorry, you have an appointment with death, and he just brought it down and takes down Wild CEO with that awesome laser core comp.
Yeah, so if everyone's playing Underground, apparently you just need to hit the Mordekaiser 2 on level 8 and you should be fine. So yeah, really clutch finish there from Babe, who also really showed us what positioning can do in this fight here, because he lost the round before that, right? Quite heavily, right? In the same matchup. So yeah.
Quite handily, could not kill the Aatrox quickly enough, and he stayed stuck on the front line. The Sona powered up. The Aatrox got the hard stack, giving him a lot of AP, making him basically immortal. And then this time it simply did not happen. And with that end of lobby, that means Wild CEO and Portuguese Babe have taken the lead in the competition now. They each had respectively first and the fourth place already, and they are getting now first and second place. So they will definitely be leaders, especially because Zuso, with his first place, now went 8th, meaning he only has a total of 9 points. So that must be feeling really, really nice for them.
Yeah, and Xusu specifically, right? It looked like he was in the perfect spot, right? He had the underground heist going on. He had lots of HP, but then he didn't really find anything to stabilize himself until it was very, very late and he was on 1 life. And as a consequence, one bad fight meant the end for him. So while still looking like a really strong game plan in general, he managed to, not find the solution here and took the consequential 8th. So yeah, very rough game for him.
Really interesting to see 3 players opt into playing Underground, because we both mentioned at the top of the day that they had the idea, the goal is just to reach the top 8 and play for 50%. You know, go get top 4 every game and then you will be in. And these players decided that no, if we can get first, then we have to go for first, which I'm really happy about, because that means we get some really exciting end games, and I'm really glad they do.
So maybe they're just warming up for tomorrow here, which I really like. Very good. And with that, I think we will have some standings coming up. Oh, sorry. So we're waiting for the second lobby before we get the standings. So instead, we will take a quick break here, and after the break, we will be back with the next game.
Yeah,
see you then.
With the standings. See ya.
Oh, welcome back to UEM Masters by Amazon. And I think we've just seen a very, very interesting game too here with 3 underground players duking it out, and one of them almost winning the lobby and then just falling very, 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 very closely to this Mordekaiser Leona 2-star composition by Babe. Really close lobby with, I think, pretty much 5-6 players being in 1 HP kill range for like half of the late game. So really, really, really intense gameplay here, and let's see how that impacted the standings in a sec.
Yeah, it must have been really, really tense for the players to just stay alive with so little HP for so long. I hope they managed to take a small break and recover through that. And now we can take a look at the standing, and it looks like we have a small group of players taking the lead here over the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and with the second place after the first place finish, Waisio set a steady lead while shining with his solid early games, cashed in a second and a third, so he remains in second, followed by Babe. And on the bottom of the standings, we can see Wiku and Havali, who really struggled together with Yaroi in these first 2 games, picking up bottom placements back to back. And we can also see both of the German representatives being down here in the bottom of the lobby, who seems to have some problems getting started here. Payne starting out with that 8th place in the first game, and now taking in the third, giving him some hope. But all of these guys need to pick up some steam in the next game. So what do you think? Will they be managed or will they be able to come back here?
Hopefully for them, it's actually not quite a disastrous lead that the top 8 have over them. It's only a few points, so anything can happen, and that's when the grit of the experienced player can really shine through, because they probably have been in worse situations before and made it out. So the ones that have the most experience will also have probably the ability to self-reflect and manage to come back up to that.
Yeah, and especially Avali, right? He played the regionals this weekend, or last weekend. So he should be very practiced on this patch, and he should have the experience to take it back after this rough start. And the format being the way it is, with the top lobby continuing to play itself, this is where they can actually pick up the points, right? Because at the top side, people will grief themselves or each other. And if they manage to pick up good placements here in the following game, they should be able to come back.
Yeah, there have to be some losers in lobby 1 that will drop down to lobby 2, unless the first places are the ones that they get the last place finishes in the next game. But maybe as the day goes on, the players will start to take more and more risk, because the distance will become greater and greater. Like for right now, the players in last place have nothing left to lose. So that means they will be taking bigger and bigger risks, and that, presents the chance of upsetting the lobbies and creating really, really different tempos.
Yeah, and you talked about the experience being a big factor, right? And we see at 9th place with 9 points as well, Quid right now, our only player from the MENA region. And it is actually his first UEM tournament for him. So maybe we can see that there will be some beginner's luck maybe for him, or maybe some nerfs going forward. So this may be affecting him in a good or in a bad way. So I'm really excited to find that one out.
he might end up showing that he's in fact a prodigy, and saying that MENA has some things to say to the rest of the EMEA region. They've been growing more and more and sending more and more talented players to the different competitions. So it's really exciting to see if he can make it to the finals. That would be really cool, and a big statement. I'm sorry, my French is slipping through right there. And I think we are getting close to game 3, so that means we're going past the halfway point of the day. The nerves must be rising inside of the players.
Yeah, and we discussed the game approach, right? Playing for safe top 4s here, or looking to play for top 4s, and we kind of saw the players saying, we don't care, we're gonna go underground heisting. in the last game. And now with the lobby progressing and people, especially in the bottom lobby, who will we see here in game 3, needing quite a lot of points to still have a fighting chance, do you think we will see a switch towards even more of these high risk, high reward game plans?
Well, the question is, what are the other high risk, high rewards game plans, right? Off the top of my head, that means people committing to huge loss streaks to maximize economy and then capitalize on a huge comeback to swing back the tempo in their favor, or people going for underground but not stopping at heist 3, going into the single digits HP and getting heist 4, maybe heist 5 if they get really lucky. Because in my mind, that's really the threshold between underground being slightly rough because you lose like 70 to 80 HP to get 3 items, or maybe one on item, one radiant item, and heist 4 that starts giving out so much loot.
Yeah, and we could see it in the last game a bit, right, where the Radiant Rageblade for Huso was just not enough to stabilize him in a positive way. And as a side note, there is a huge storm in Italy going on, affecting one of our players. So we will have to wait some minutes to get into the lobby. And hopefully the storm that is brewing will also be brewing in-game as well. So maybe some exciting Jenna carry finishes here for the next game.
Or maybe Garen will be bringing down the thunder on his enemies. And we can only hope to... actually, that would be really, really fun to see a full power to sword Garen carry augment and with the crit build. Because that is really fun when it works. It's so fun for the one playing it, because for the opponent, it's just you start the fight, Garen cast, boom, nothing else.
Definitely one of the most fun setups. And one I personally tried to play, like, I don't know, in like the last 100, 200 games, but it never comes together. So really excited to see maybe one of our players can do its proud here and managing to find this really exciting solution, and discussing that we need like some of the more high risk, high reward compositions now. This certainly is one of those high risk, high reward compositions, because you need some setup, but you also need to gamble for the augment and probably an emblem as well. So maybe that's the solution one of our players need to find here. And I feel like we are about to launch in a sec.
Yeah, we should be able to launch in a sec. And well, Garen full power to sword might be a little too high of a risk for a reward that's kind of uncertain, but that would be so awesome. That would be a riot.
Oh yeah, definitely something I would love to see here. But yeah, with that being just a pipe dream of us, let's launch into the game. We are going to follow lobby 2 now, so the bottom of the standings for now, and we will be seeing, as discussed, the German players in here, Payne and Assad, who I really hope can pick up some steam here and start get rolling. But also Quid, as we discussed, followed by Havali, who really is like kind of a surprise down there after having showing in the regionals the last weekend, right?
Yeah, and we get right into it with a regular carousel, and I hope, we see Uyo is standing still, meaning he has some technical difficulties. Hopefully he is able to reconnect to the game despite having these problems. That leaves us some time to talk about some of the competitions that are really shining for now. We've seen 2 games, and so far, what's your take on this meta? Because some tournaments develop their own meta inside of the playing field.
Yeah, I think we see lots of TF in the off-stream lobbies, and then Renegade on-stream with some underground focus. Especially the underground focus seems to be very surprising for me, because this is something we haven't really seen that much in the other tournaments, at least not the one I followed in the last weeks.
Yeah, and speaking of underground, we see the Sona box here for Quid. Will he decide to follow in the steps of Wild CEO? Items are saying no, but maybe a couple of other... He still has champion boxes that can come into play and give him underground.
Oh yeah, he puts it in, give us some excitement. You don't care about that sword and that cloak being entirely useless for the Sona. Just give us these huge and sweet cash outs.
Yeah, that's also when you well, that's looking It's looking worse by the moment for the Soda
I
Focus
guess-
on the ground.
And he's like, I guess I have to play Laser Corp then if the game really wants me to. So yeah, picking up this Renekton pair, looking like a strong opener for him if he can find either a Yasuo or an upgraded Renekton with a second brawler. Having the Camille in shop there, which is probably something he should be looking to buy for setting up this early game, as his items, well, are quite heavily leaning into the AD route, and most notably, he got the IE lying around there, and we just discussed last game, right, that it is bugged right now, so not quite as good a slam as you want it to be.
He gets the opportunity of using Pandora's items to remake them if he so chooses. But Infinity Edge is not something that you can't use like the Ionic Spark was, because it was doing no damage. Infinity Edge still does something. It just does not work properly with the stacking of crit. And we can see here he goes into the Pandora's items and finds the Yasuo. So he will set that laser call early game with the Ashe pair, with the Renekton pair. I expect that he will stay level 3 to try and upgrade them and then push aggressively later on in the game.
Yeah, Morgana being a really good ad, he decides to slam the IE, interestingly. And on the Ashe as well, who's not really that good for him. So quite an interesting decision, as you could just wait one round to reroll the components and get like a bit of a better option while you're still looking to lose streak in this first fight.
Yeah. What kind of components would you be looking for Laser Call? Because it's a composition that works in a funny ways in my mind, because it does not scale off of your units being upgraded as much as the rest of the game, since the laser damage is fixated. Fixated.
Yeah. So you really want to see bows and belts in the early game, I feel like. Belts to buff up this Renekton and making him a huge threat in the early game, so this can carry you to early victories. And bows then for the Warwick later. Last Whisper is a very good ad there, so because you will be doing magic damage, but also static shift, because the laser rounds will do magic damage instead. So those are good things to look for. And with the Ashe, who now with the bow, this is looking quite fine, and he should be able to find a slammable item soon here. If not next round in the carousel for sure.
Yeah, it looks like he's quite. He was intentionally positioning to force out the lose streak by splitting his units. He would split this focus and make sure he goes. He does not kill the enemy quick enough, but still manages to get a few kills. And right here he gets a really good loss. And despite Laser Corp used to be a comp that was really strong in the early game. On the 8.5, it's really taken a slower start, but gets going much more quickly when you hit the 4 laser core mark. That's when you start really stomping out on the lobby. And we see some really nice pickups here with the 2-star Yasuo, the Blitzcrank, and maybe potentially the Vayne now that we have the Yasuo.
Yes, we're checking admin first here, and these are not very exciting options. So I believe, what did he take? He took the 5-second AD, so he can take it out for now. That's good, because he doesn't want to play the Camille now. He wants to level probably for either the Morgana or the Vayne in a sec. And that gives him some scaling options for later in the game. However, that means his Warwick will need some time to scale into the fight, so he's probably looking for more defensive itemization now after having already built this IE.
Yeah, and you mentioned the belts. He has one right now. It's going to be interesting to see if he saves it or not. And also, will he make this econ threshold? Yep, it looks like the Morgana and the Camille are on the chopping block here.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Hesitating right now.
We can see him shuffling them around. He
got 1 second. He got 1 second. Oh, he just buys everything.
Decides to buy everything and to look for the upgraded Renekton first of all, which is understandable. Honestly, and we see double items coming on. Honestly, my favorite carousel for the glitched versions.
Yes, I agree.
Some of them are a little rough, like the double defensive one here. If you already had a defensive item start, then it can suddenly look like you're at the mercy of the RNG for the item drops, because here in Krogs, if you get one component and it's one more defensive item, then suddenly you got all these belts and chains and cloaks, and that's a nice wardrobe, but that's not it's not going to deal damage. And here, Quid rewarded for staying level 4, finds the upgraded Renekton. And meanwhile, we see Pain trying to imitate what Quid is doing, but not finding the upgrades here. However, look at that economy.
Oh yeah, he had a full gold start. You can see that because he only has like 3 components now, and he just picked up 2. So really, really rich going forward from here. And the important thing about Laser Corps, as you said earlier, is right. You want to hit that 4 Laser Corps breakpoint. So loose streaking now and just picking up steam, like let's say in 3-5 after rolling for Warwick, or maybe even hitting an early Mordekaiser on 7, can really stabilize you. And the important thing here is not that he win streaks, but it is that he can hold these units and he puts himself into a good position to hit these spikes in the late game. We've seen it last game as well with the Mordekaiser 2 being the backbone of the composition to finish the lobby in first place. So with this huge HP and picking up the units for stage 3 to stabilize, this is looking like quite a promising start for Pain.
I'm sorry, but am I seeing the lobby properly? We just faced against Uyo, who had full Laser Corp upgraded board. I've just seen Havali hit a 2-star Yasuo, and we have Pain and Quid. So it looks like we have a team for this lobby, and it's going to be really interesting to see who pivots out. And we also see here Pain really forcing the loose streak here, making himself as weak as possible, and he's going to get absolutely taken down by Psom, who will have a really easy win.
Oh, and Havali is actually playing the Yasuo in vertical duelists here, and it looks like Psom might be contesting here with the Vayne pair already. So really, really juicy for this lobby, right? Because I personally love to see it, like everyone's contesting the same units, and then it's just going to be a mayhem to see who can find the pivot, who can actually hit the comp. Do you even commit to this comp if you see this, right? When you scout this lobby. So quite an interesting position we're putting ourselves into here.
Yeah, and Pain, as we said, is gonna be taking some risk, but thanks to the Tiny Titans, he's turned that into so much economy while still staying relatively healthy. So I think he's one that's in a good position to hit the units before everyone else, and that's gonna be the key. The one that rolls first has the most chances to hit in that lobby, so he must be feeling quite pleased with himself going forward.
Yeah, and these are the lobbies where maybe you can even consider rolling in the neutral rounds, right? What do you think about rolling in, like, for example, 3-7 then? Just to make sure you're hitting before everyone else is buying your units out of the pool.
If he wanted to play Warwick, I'm not sure he would wait for so long. I'm pretty sure he would go for 3-5, considering how he's just playing off of the Rich Get Richer econ breakpoint without having it. He's so rich. Imagine, okay, just imagine for a second right here, a prismatic augment. Oh, what would you love to see for Pain?
Well, level up for sure, right? Especially if he decides not to push level end. I think he's purposely waiting one round, right? He's still on this 5 lose streak, so he doesn't care that much whether or not he wins or not. And being able to hit this level up basically means that he can just push straight 7 on full econ next turn. And that would really put him in a good position. Meanwhile, we can see Havali managed to find this Twisted Fate, pushing level 6 while already having a duplicator on bench. So this, on top of the 100 HP win streak and the 2 decent Vayne item, really makes him looking for a comeback victory here after faltering in the first 2 games.
Yeah, and he's Thrill of the Hunt. He also has half a locket and no prismatic, but we get a 4 cost, which means all the Laser Corp players can hit Warwick early and spike so hard, giving the laser to everyone with the going from 3 Laser Corp to 4 means every unit instead of every project gets a laser, which increases the damage output from the Laser Corp tremendously. It's a massive boon, and Yaroi must not be too happy about that 4-cost augment, because we mentioned people going for reroll comps, and he's gotten a 3-star Pantheon with that Dragon's Law, and substituting the Lulu for a Sona since he apparently did not find enough. And that's must not be feeling too great for him, because the lobby tempo is going to be accelerating so quickly, and he's not going to be making use of his power spike right now.
However, it was fairly cheap, right, this Pantheon, because he's still sitting on 40 gold here. And he picked up Power Grid, and you said that last round, right? You really want, with this Power Grid setup, the Sona to cast more. So he built Shojin and Blue Buff. So this Sona is basically permacasting. And certainly looks quite strong for now, taking down this duelist Oxforce composition that Som is building together right now.
Yeah, it's not looking too great for Psom with the Heartstopper, which is has been an underperforming augment. Sorry, my initiation is slipping further and further as we go through the day. But Psom is really looking to be in a bad spot. And I'm sorry, did we just see Quid hitting 2-star Warwick there, or am I just dreaming?
Oh man, like these guys are really here to play, right? And we can see Roy, he really wants Tempo right now. I think he was fishing for the Sona too, didn't find her, and that means his economy is now in complete shambles. While facing strong bolts all around, right? We see Baveth being picked up here for Yuko. So that's the storm that's brewing for him. And
We will end up playing Garen most likely with that gargoyles that's for now sitting on the Yasuo, but he opted to not go into the laser corp, seeing how contested it was, and Pain must be indeed feeling the pain from seeing Quid being level 6 with the 2-star Warwick, kind of negating the economic advantage he has generated for himself through sacrificing HP. That must be feeling really, really bad.
well, he does get a new Warwick as a consolation prize, and that should put him on a Warwick pair at least as well. And we can see he already pushed 7 before the carousel. That was thanks to the really great economy he built up in stage 2. So maybe with this, he can find Warwick 2 as well and stabilize, looking for a top 4 finish in this lobby as well.
Yeah,
and we can see Quid here, right? Oh my god, that's so nasty.
That is quite disgusting. He's level 7 with 20 gold and already a 2-star Warwick, so he will be making a beeline for that level 8, trying to find that Mordekaiser. It looks like he's favoring 4 brawlers over having the lasers on everyone, and I mean, it makes sense. He doesn't not really need more damage coming from the laser with that teeny little wolf on his front line that's gonna rip through anything that's against him. And
and
for example, that tiny Shora and Nila.
And he picked up double AD every 5 seconds for this Warwick, and together with the IE and the Hurricane, this will deal out huge damage, right? And interesting enough, due to that, he decides not to slam this Titan and rather waits for Edge of Night, I believe. So I really like this decision as well. Like he says, well, I hit for now high enough. This Warwick should be really strong. So let's greed the items a bit, because I have this Pandora's items as well. Just to make sure that I will not fall off and I will be strong enough to pick up some important points and contest the top lobby once again.
Yeah, and we see Pain keeps dropping in HP. Remember, he has Tiny Titans, so while it looks like he still has 43 HP, he actually has lost so much HP. Without the Tiny Titans, he would be down to 13, and that's going to be really interesting. Yeah, as I suspected, he is going straight to level 8. We mentioned this is lobby 2. They need to make to get high tops. Top 4s are not going to cut it if they want to make it to tomorrow. So Pain here really focusing on that and taking a big risk to go level 8 straight up, looking to get that Mordekaiser that will allow him to get an actual great finish.
Yeah, and he already has the Warwick pair, so he should hit even if he decides to rush level 8. So taking a risk here to really pick up some important points. And I think one thing that we can see that kind of punishes him is he waited for the augment with leveling because he was thinking about picking up level up, right? But he didn't wait on the item slam, so he just slammed the spark, and he could have gotten the QSS on Warwick instead if he waited one more turn. So that kind of leaves him in a space where he can be griefed by the components here and being unable to finish Warwick items due to it. And yeah, this Shroud is not what he was looking for.
And man, I was expecting better from you, trying not to curse him, but you went ahead and did it anyway. I was wondering if he was going to wait until 4-2 to see once more if level up was going to show up, but he decided that would be way too greedy and he needs to be rolling anyway. And there it is. The Mordekaiser being there means he might be able to stabilize if he manages to find a 2-star Warwick, which seems to be eluding him. And no, he finds 2-star Samira, but that's not great because that means he has 2 aces, meaning the Mordekaiser will not be executing anyone with that ultimate.
No. However, the Samiras too still strong for now, and remember the augments for Laser Corps as per Sketcher Team were changed a bit back, right, to only appear for 2. So this selection, I believe he still has this reroll available, means that's what he is really looking for. This Laser Corps heart to elevate him, right? Being able to hit 6 lasers here should put him in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, and there it is. Nice. You went ahead, cursed him, and then undid all that, all the issues you created with the laser corp half. But we see him; he has to keep rolling because without that 2-star Warwick, it's looking dicey. He has only 42 of 32 HP, and there it is. And well, the 2-star Garen showing up, but we don't have the Riven.
I mean, surely the Garen should be better than this Lee Sin, even if you lose 4 brawler with big data, right?
Yeah, I think so, or maybe just the Samira probably looking like it's it's a big econ hit to keep that Samira while she's not contributing so much to the board, but I mean still upgraded epic unit. So tough choice here, and he ends up making the choice to take that Lee Sin one out and keep all his upgraded units. And meanwhile, we see Uyo having hit the threat level max and the level 7 Urgot, who will get absolutely mauled down by the Warwick instantly.
Oh yeah, this laser composition really strong. You can see all the drones, all the houses, all the claws chiming in there, and the Belveth is trying her best, but she's just gonna be taken down by this overwhelming force by Pain here. Yeah. And I did say a bit earlier, right? His items are a bit griefed now. However, actually, he did kind of manage to salvage this, right? Because he decided to roll down for all the upgraded units. And this is exactly the spike that he needs to push him to survive until like 4-7 when he can complete these items. And with the 6 laser corps set up now, he's definitely looking scary once he finishes this itemization components. And he still has first pick in the carousels. So yeah, really scary for the lobby going forward here.
Yeah, I really like the guts he had to go all the way to attain lose streak before starting to actually play the game. And we see Uyo in a really tough spot because the items are just not there. It's a game where the item that distribution is backloaded, and that Belvet needs to have some more to start actually doing the damage because she's rather lonely on that board. With the threats, we're not seeing the Aurelion being here because there's just not the slot, and probably hasn't found it. And now he's trying to go 8, but losing. And this one looks like a win. Some being quite weak for this stage of the game. So Uyo must be feeling happy about that and feeling that maybe he can get to level 8 on 5-1.
Yeah, like his opponent still making the econ, looking to go level 8 and rolling for Division 2 probably after this carousel. And we can see Threat Max here, right? Which has a really high cap if he decides to hit, but he does need to get this board going first, right? So it's quite expensive to maintain early, and not having items for this Belveth really doesn't help. However, this glove should really be good, and Syndra is actually quite surprising good fit for Threat Max if he decides to play it. So this may be a bit of a salvation for him.
Yeah, looks like he wanted to get that bow, but despite being first place on the carousel, Pain also wanted to get that bow, and maybe that's seems like a really smart play from him because remember he has Pandora's items, and with that he just wants to get the higher cost units he wants. And Uyo going for the Godbreaker, and I was slightly worried that he would go for a Last Whisper here because he already has a Morgana, which makes it quite redundant. So he will probably looking at a Runans as a last item to reliably proc the Godbreaker and get the upgraded damage here. I like what he did. I think he got a little bit flustered when he did not get access to that bow, but he still manages to recover nicely, and that's well done by him. Meanwhile, we see Yaroy with an unconventional gadget in setup.
Oh yeah, I really like that though. So he is committed to rolling for the Sona. He's picking up Lee Sins and Annie's on the side, so the Gadget team fits quite well, and the Pantheon is a good holder for the emblem for now, as the Sona has decided to pick up other items. However, the Spellword now being really tanky and CC immune, like you really need like use burst damage to take it down in this stage of the game. So Yoroi has to take another L.
Yeah, Yaroi takes another L despite having found the Nunu on his level 7. He's still relatively healthy, so not too worried. He has time to find a 3-star Sona, despite looking like he was quite far away from her.
Yep, definitely a long way to go for him. Meanwhile, we can see Yuyo, he decides, well, this is stable enough for now. So let's just chill, go level 8 in 5-1, and then maybe add the Syndra and be strong going forwards.
Probably add the Syndra, take the Wukong and Shen out progressively for better threat units. If we find one Fiddlestick, that would be actually huge. If we find Aurelion Soul as well, that would be great. And most importantly, the 2-star Aurelion Soul, that would 2-star Aatrox, sorry, that would make all the difference when it comes to frontline, because with all these additional HP, the HP scaling from his spell would be magnified. And can the Velvet do it? And it looks like it will be just enough to take down her value, which has gone from having a big lead in HP to being right back in the middle of the lobby.
Yeah, and you could really see the components being backloaded, a really huge punishment for the duelist setup there, right? He picked up the spread shot, but he just doesn't have the items to support the Vayne, and also his frontline itemization is very lacking. He couldn't build a locket, so he's stuck on this gargoyles, which is really awkward in this composition, and the TF is blank as well. So all the tempo he got in the early game is like slowly falling away. And he's looking for a tough stage 5 here.
Yeah, and this aggressive plan of playing duelist and trying to go for hitting the rest of the lobby with as much damage as you can early on, kind of backfired on him when the forecast hero augment came in, giving a huge spike to the entire lobby, but not really to him because he already had the Twisted Fate. You have to have that in mind. He had a huge advantage over the rest of the lobby, and the hero augment kind of took it away from him, which must be heartbreaking. And we see some in a tough position getting really great items but having to refuse a 2-star Aatrox due to lack of money.
Yeah, and you can see kind of here, while Oxford Spat is one of the strongest spats you can get in game, Oxford Heart is actually really bad because you really want the buff on a unit, and just having this Oxforce +1 doesn't really do anything for him. And we see that he managed, or he didn't manage rather, to pick up tempo throughout the whole game. And now he's looking to face elimination here in 5-2, as his board is still looking for some much needed upgrades in Viego and the Pike 3.
Yeah, not finding the 2-star Viego despite having picked up Heartstopper and having committed 3 items on him. Must be feeling really bad, and he's opting to go all in to try to fight that Viego and will have no success, sadly. That must be devastating. That's a really unfortunate series of events for some who, alongside with this little Shulk legend, will have... Yeah, that's... I'm really afraid that Quid is just going to take him down. And
and interesting enough, he managed to pick up a tome from somewhere as well and got a Laser Cop emblem as well. So this is the second 6 laser player we're facing, and it feels really bad if you're Psom, right? You're sitting on this Viego one you can't hit, and meanwhile there's this guy that not only managed to hit Warwick 2 on level 6, but to add insult to injury, he also managed to find up this random tome and the Mordekaiser to play 6 laser cops. So yeah, rough 8 plays here for Psom.
And I also want to bring your attention to the fact that he not only did find Warwick 2 on 6, but he had 6 Warwicks in total. There was a Warwick 2 on Quid's bench. So he's really looking to take this lobby by storm and get a first place here. And we see Payne has just lost a round despite his really, really strong board. And here, we could get access to the 2-star Riven. And finally, the Samurai gets sold, and we're going level 9.
level 9 to play nothing.
Well, level 9 to play Vayne, excuse you. It's actually...
Oh, well, it's one more drone, right?
Yes, it is one more drone. It is also a duelist, so it's going to be applying the drones quite more effectively than your average unit. And I actually kind of like that play from him. The leveling up in laser core is the most important thing to make your board stronger. It's not having the upgraded units, because as we said, each unit has a drone and the drone does the same amount of damage. It only scales off of how many attacks you get, and it looks like this is just going to be enough and barely, probably a level up diff. So really, really well played by Pain here, while Uyo and Havali drop down to 1 and 5 HP.
Yeah, and looks like Pain managed to stabilize here just on the brink of death. And now he really has to look for these final pieces to his composition, right? To maybe even get a win out of this, because while he's alive, Quid will probably be unable to finish this Warwick 3. So the question is, will the other people have a win con to contest him?
Yeah, and Havali just picking up a duelist spat on the brink of death. Can it allow him to come back in that game? It's quite rough, especially because he has not managed to hit the 3-star Vayne. And yeah, that's also has a spatula on the bench that he did not manage to find it. No, that's just heartbreaking, you know. We get forecast hero augments and he goes for spread shot, which is understandably the best augment for duelists, so no argument there, but it's still weaker than it is in the average lobby with 3-2 hero augments when it's just 3 and 2 casts.
And
that Vayne has to face off against forecast hero augments like that Belvet, and we get one final fight between the two who will decide who goes for 7th place. Take it away, Loshu.
Yeah, and we can see the Vayne starting to shoot down here, now being hidden by the Mordekaiser Order on the other board. And the Belvath is slowly but surely taking down this frontline and decides to just go onto the Vayne, taking it down. And the TF without the items is not enough to take anything back here from Havali, which means he takes a really, really rough 7th place, which puts him in a really, really tough spot in the standings as well overall. And this is quite surprising, right? He did everything perfect, right? In the early game, he played the win streak board, he was in the duelist, he picked up the great augment. However, he didn't really get any items to complement this, and as a consequence, he never really picked up steam. And then, without being able to hit the Vayne 3, he just dies rather sadly, I would have to say.
Yeah, and that's the tragedy of duelists. For the set, if you get a good start and you start to be committed to it, and suddenly the tempo goes upside down due to hero augments or prismatic or not finding the one locket that helps you stabilize your front line, and then it suddenly looks really hopeless and really quickly. And meanwhile, we see Undertaker with a really interesting spin on the easy being green setup with 3 Shojins, 1 on Syndra, 1 on Leona, and that's looking like it. No, there's also 1 on Orion, so sorry, and that's gonna be the end of Uyo, and a really original setup by Undertaker. I really love it.
Meanwhile, Pain dies as well, and you can see here creativity can be rewarded, right? Because instead of going for the usual TF route, he has this 3 Shojins and he decides, well, Astol is a good unit, Leona is a good unit, Syndra is a good unit, and they all use Shojin quite okay. So why not go for it? Really good setup here. I quite like it. Let's see how this ends up here, finishing up in this lobby.
Yeah, and he might have the opportunity to give that Leona even more starting mana so that she can start burning through those heavy frontline tanks that Nico struggles with. And but right now, the 2 winners in that lobby are looking, Assad and Yaroi, that are looking at the 1st and 2nd place purely based off of the HP that they have right now.
Yes. Meanwhile, Quid still has some gold left as well, and maybe he can find the Warwick 3 now that Pain is dead. So yeah, definitely interesting to see. But first, Undertaker is rolling for some bench ads, and maybe also like a Syndra too. Then he skipped this Janna, interestingly.
Yeah, deciding that 2-star Janna, 1-star Janna is not going to cut it. And meanwhile, I have eyes on Quid, and he is 1 off of Warwick 3, but he had to sell the 2-star Yasuo to try and get 1 more roll, so he's close, but that's just not there yet. And can he survive against that 3-star Sona with the Gadgeting Pantheon in the front line? it's looking quite rough. The Mordekaiser does not get his ultimate off, and it's an absolute slaughter.
And this Pantheon just stands there, tanks the whole team, and just say, I don't even care what you're doing. Sona heals me up. Nice attempt, and Quid goes down in then 4th place here.
Yeah, honestly, what a great comp from Yarrow here. 5 gadgets and 4 hearts. Definitely not one that's seen often, and as well as Undertaker having the 4 Arc, 3 Aegis, Star Guardian hearts, easy being green setup. We get some really creative play here, taking the victory. That's always feels really good when that happens.
Yeah, so really nice setups here going forward, and I think Undertaker will have to face another really rough showdown here, because Deroy is very strong, and taking down this Pantheon is no easy task, as we just saw, so let's see if he can manage to do it.
Yeah, Undertaker has a lot of spread damage with that AoE from Nico, from Aurelion Soul, and he might struggle to take down these tanky units in the form of that Lee Sin 3, that Pantheon 3, that Sona 3 that have so much base HP and so much healing as well. And we can see here, Nico just fires away and away, but nothing really important dies, and Undertaker takes a 3rd place that he must still be quite satisfied about. But now, Assad versus Yeroy for the final duel.
Yeah, and we didn't really see Assad's board here for the whole game, but it is a quite standard, easy being green board, a bit more conventional than what Undertaker was playing. However, he did manage to find push level 8, he did find the Urgot too, and he has the Cinderan to throw in the Fiddlesticks too as well. However, while all this was going on, TF didn't really appear at all. So maybe TF is on a vacation already, getting ready for the next set. And I'm really doubtful that this setup will be strong enough to take on the Sona composition.
Yeah, it looks like an attempt to refer the Sona was completely unsuccessful. The Sona is well on the other side, and the Zephyr just hits nothing. And meanwhile, we see both compositions duking it out. And with only the 1-star Twisted Fate, it looks like Assad will have the same issues as the Undertaker had. That Yarroy is really resistant to AoE damage with all his sustain and all his base HP, and it's not even close. It's a complete slaughter. Assad taking a big loss, taking him down to 1 life here.
Yeah, and while the Urgot is making big waves, he's not doing any damage, and he's not printing any gold as well. So I think we really need to pick up either the Zephyr or TF, and a good item for Assad to have a fighting chance here in this last fight. But he's just getting denied.
Small hesitation there means the Zephyr goes to Yeroy, who is looking like he will take it home. Can he hit the 2-star Nunu to add insult to injury? Nope, does not look like it. We're selling, and playing the Prankster for the 2-star now. No, hesitating, considering the options. And what can Assad do realistically, in your opinion?
Well, he has 1 Zephyr as well, right?
Yes.
So the question is, does he want to hit the Sona, or does he want to hit the frontline? And I think he can't really take down the frontline in time anyways. So what he kind of has to hope for is hitting the Sona, and then maybe having enough time to let this Nico finishing off the Sona with some lucky ults. He did find TF2 now, so maybe he actually has some damage to take on this front line now. However, it's still looking quite tough as the Nunu is rampaging through the back line. The Sona is dishing out heals and dishing out power chords for huge amounts of damage. And the front line is already gone for Assad, and Pantheon just now got onto Nico finishing off, and that's curtains for Assad, I believe.
Yeah, and that gadget in Pantheon going straight into the easy being green Nico, saying this is France, and takes him out just like that. Yarroy gets his 1st place, climbs back through the ladder, and goes up in points. That must be feeling good. He will go and get 13 points now, which might take him close to being in the top 8. So really happy for my compatriots. And go ahead.
Yeah, really well played by him there, right? High rolling this Pantheon, I believe, right? Still having really strong economy. And then he decides, well, with this Pantheon 3 already, I'm not going to pick a tier 4 augment, maybe play around the Viego support augment there or whatever. I'm gonna play the Sona and I'm gonna roll her as well. So he picked up the power chord, played the stage 3 quite interestingly, right, by leveling at uneven intervals, rolling a bit for units, not even hitting, but still managing to find the Sona 3 in the end. And with the Gadgettine emblem as well, he managed to find a very, very good solution that would seem like really unkillable there in the end. So props to him, and props to Assad as well, an Undertaker who managed to find good Spellslinger solutions to net them in important points to come back here. Looking for, hopefully, enough top 4 finishes to claim the last remaining playoff spots.
Yeah, and interestingly, in that lobby, we saw so many laser corps in stage 2, right? And with the 4-cost hero augment coming in 3-2, we were expecting to see all the laser core player being able to hit Warwick and then move forward with all the lasers, adding the damage, even if it made it harder for them to find Warwick 2-star. But in the end, it's 3 AP comps that prevailed. 2 Nico-based compositions and 1 3-star Sona that was really well piloted by Yara.
Yeah. So AP remains strong, especially in tier 4 hero augments, which is kind of a trend we've been seeing a bit. We also saw some Belva coming up who didn't quite manage to do it. However, this means that we quite have some interesting developments going on for the last final games of the day, which we will be able to see after a short break.
And welcome back after this third game that was completely dominated by AP players, despite a lot of the laser core players making a very good attempt getting fourth and fifth place there. But in the end, what dominated was two things. Spellfinger's player with Easy being green augment showing up again and again today. So I really want to get into that. And also the 3-star Sona once again making getting the top one, two lobbies in a row. So what do you think about the Easy being green augment? Why is it so good?
So I feel like at this point we should rename it to Easy getting top 4. And what really makes this augment shine is, right, you're looking for lots of tier 4 units on level 7, level 8 to stabilize. And Nico is one of your important carries, really helping you to stabilize. And while you usually go for TF items, this also gives you an option to itemize the Nico as well and find additional carries, as we could see with the Syndra and the Aesol there from Undertaker in the last game. And you could see that he managed to pick up some points here, Undertaker and Assad as well, with Assad just barely managing to get the spot in the top lobby here as we're going forward with this. And then at the top, we see Shining Star and YCO continue their dominance, staying on top here, looking really strong going forward. While on the bottom side, we saw Pain trying to get back here with the early 6 laser corps, but he still fell short after playing really greedy, and Tavali faltering with that duelist setup. Looking at a really rough place now at the bottom of the standings. And we in the other lobby, we could see Clemel, I think it was winning with the duelist, I think, right? So what do you think? What made the difference there between this really strong finish by the duelist comp and the one really disappointing finish we saw just in the other game?
Well, I think it's a combination of two things. Things went really wrong for Havali, starting with the 4-cost hero augment in 3-2, where, as we said, it allowed the lobby to pick up the tempo and really bridge the gap that was supposed to be the duelist's strongest moment in the stage 3, where you have 6 duelists, you have the damage reduction and the damage scaling, and Clemu instead had a silver augment in stage 3 that was duelist hard, that allowed him to get to 8 duelists, and in the end allowed him to get 4 separate 3-star units. But enough about the duelists, and let's get right into game 4 for lobby 1.
Yeah, so instead of duelists, we'll have player dueling allowed. Back in the top lobby, and we can see the top of the standings here. With some of the known faces, Babe, who won the second game here, starting off with the bow opener and the Pantheon. So I really like Infiniteam openers based off of this, combination. And what do you think about that? Because we haven't really seen Infiniteam at all today.
No, it's true. We haven't seen Infiniteam, and I think that's because a lot of things need to go exactly right for the composition to be set up. You know, you need to get an emblem in order to be able to stabilize in the late game, putting that on a Garen at the very least, or later on the Mordekaiser or Fiddlesticks if you really aim for that top one. And if you don't get that first condition, then it's really hard. And to get to that point, you need to have been playing Infiniteam. And, well, Lucian's quite weak. And unless you get an upgraded Sivir really early on, it's really hard. But one thing that enables Infiniteam start rather is getting 2-1 hero augments with 2-cost units, with the time and a half Sivir being a big favorite among the players, able to generate so much economy.
Yeah, and we can see the units, they kind of want to be played, right? So we see the Pantheon pair, the Lucian pair. So a Sivir augment could be really huge here as well with the Ashe pair, and it would look like this should be a really strong board going into stage 2 if he manages to pick up these pairs. With the Hurricane and Gargoyles as well, that kind of means he can see what he manages to upgrade here, the Ashe or the Pantheon, and then decide his itemization accordingly. So a really good opener for him here as he picks up some more useless units.
And no hero augments here, but some interesting crest choices. The Star Guardian emblem that terrorized everyone for one patch and a half, but in the end looking for that ancient archive, and so he might just look for that Infiniteam emblem that I talked about. But right now, only 4 synergies on the side is not enough to trigger the emblem just yet. So he's going to be playing the laser core, probably waiting that round so that the tome takes into consideration the board that he has just played and looking at some very strong options because that gets him what Laser Corp would be really good.
Yeah, Laser Corp, Infinity Team, maybe Sure Shot or Duelist should work.
Renegade could also work as a way to reach Jin. It would be probably one of the harder ones, but still not useless at all if he manages to reach that spot. And Jin and Renegades have been kind of a sticking point for player today, right?
Yeah, quite a hard comp to actually get together, but once you hit all the tier 4 units, this is certainly something that can win the lobby. And like getting a huge win here, like a good placement here, can already put you in a position to take a spot in the finals tomorrow. So maybe this is a solution that he's looking for. But first of all, we need to see if he even decides to pop the tome here in 2-2, or if he decides to wait a bit longer.
Yeah, we are waiting with bated breath as the round concludes.
Come on, do it.
Infinity Team is here.
But Riftwalker as well, and he just insta-picks the Infinity Team. I quite like it, I have to say.
Me too, because we haven't seen it at all, and it's double frontline spots. What do you think about Infinity Team duplicate positionings?
So I know a lot of players really hate the double frontline spot because they're like, how am I supposed to win the lobby if I can't get my second S-2 in the backline? But I actually quite like it because what this means now is you can just completely ignore your frontline itemization. You slam this Hurricane. Maybe you're even looking for like Edge of Night or something with the second emblem here, or maybe just a Sunfire with the vest then. Because you will get really powerful frontline based off of this augment, and that allows you to be really creative in the backline. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Babe will approach this game and what he will prioritize.
Yeah, I completely agree with that analysis. I'm also a big fan of the double frontline hexes for Infinity Team because that means the double Garen plus the double Pantheon or double Shen will be so much frontline, just so many bodies in the front, and means really focusing on these offensive itemization is going to be key because Infinity Team Comp tends to lack damage. It has a lot of AoE global damage, but if he does not manage to find great itemization for his carries, then he will just end up putting everyone low HP but not killing anyone, which ends up just feeding them mana, and that's oftentimes what happens when you're facing units that have really high health pool against Infinity.
Yep. However, this should not be a problem for him here, as this composition is not very tanky yet by Quit. He's playing the Metabolic Accelerator, so not looking to play the strongest board early game, rather focusing on economy and coming back stronger, as you will regenerate HP anyways. And we can see the Lucian chipping away there. So this is looking good for now. He pre-leveled, so I guess he's hoping to find a Shen and a Silver ASAP to get this really important 5 Infinity Team breakpoint soon.
Yeah, if he gets the second clone as well as the small increase in HP for the clone, that would be really nice. And we get another double item carousel, this time much more heavily focused onto offensive items, which I really like, and which must be feeling really, really good for Babe as well, because that's just what we said he needed.
Yeah. Looking for the AP itemization here, most interestingly.
Yes, I think he's looking at that Lucian to carry him to a useful Twisted Fate with that Green Zeus in. Probably.
Yeah, what do you think about itemizing TF as your main carry in Infinity? Do you like that? Any experience with that? I'm not a huge fan, personally.
Not a huge fan, as it ends up not really fitting with the theme of the comp. I just said it's about AoE damage with the double Garen doing a lot. The Ezreal just, trying to mow through the entire map, and Twisted Fate is the complete opposite of that. It's single target focused damage, and in that regard, it does not fit really well. But having that Green Zeus on Lucian will allow him to scale through the early game much, much easier, and he can just, place the Green Zeus on the Twisted Fate later and forget about it. And maybe he will do a lot of damage.
Maybe he's thinking about his Mordekaiser 2-star with the Infinity Emblem as well already, with the with the API optimization. But that's a bit early, right? And one person that is more likely to hit this Mordekaiser 2-star because of greater economy should be YCO. He's playing Underground once again, and he managed to convert it to a win earlier today. So this is looking quite interesting here because he has the trade sector going on as well. So I would think that this is rather just a quick economy boost with a swift transition into mascot, it seems here, for stage 3.
Yep.
What do you think about this?
Well, you have to keep in mind that while CEO has a huge lead in terms of points above everyone else, so I think he might be playing, a little bit relaxed and taking some risks that might allow him to gather some data for tomorrow, because he's all but locked in for the finals tomorrow. And while we see something else that is not common, brawler comp by Isuso.
Yeah, but he has the LeBlanc on bench, so I'll quickly check if he has an 80 admin, so he won't be playing this LeBlanc, and I'm pretty sure he won't be playing the Jax either with this admin. So probably looking for a Warwick or a Belvet pivot tier then.
And look at that Alistar, and another one for Wild CEO. So that trade sector really coming in when it comes to the units, but also being really expensive to maintain and hit so many units early on. He's using an econ augment that is costing him econ, which is always kind of the risk here. If he does not manage to stabilize with the 2 stars, he will have spent so much gold and be basically down an augment on everyone.
Yep. Definitely, but let's see what he picks up here. And the bow is definitely not what you want to see. Ooh.
The 2-star Vi, however, is not what he wants.
It's not an option, apparently.
No, he does not want to lose any more gold. And he even opts to not pick up the Alistar, which I understand. He's looking for, gonna be looking to that 3-star Vex, most importantly. Not finding it though.
But with the sword coming in as well, this actually is looking like a really good itemization coming in. He has the gargoyles, he has the archangel, he has a giant slayer, so he's only looking for Vormox, and then that should be insanely potent going forward. However, he's still quite far off as he has to play underground for one more turn, and then he also has to hit pretty good board going forward here because he dropped quite low.
Oh, and would you look at that? You mentioned going for that Mordekaiser itemization straight away, and looks like Babe took your work to heart with that frontline Infinity Morgana. That's looking quite stylish, if I say so.
Oh yeah. And interestingly enough, he also slammed the gargoyles, which is rather weird, I would say, considering he has double frontline spots.
Yeah, well, when you get cloak and armor, sometimes it's looking like he did not want to get a Titan. And we get a prismatic. How exciting, with the mascot crown coming in for Wild CEO. Probably something that he's really interesting in. Yep, and there he goes, probably cutting the underground as well, using that as a cash injection, as you mentioned.
No, he has to cut here, right? Otherwise, he's just gambling.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the one that's in the position that even if the gamble did not pay off, it would not impact him too drastically for tomorrow. So maybe
you can see him scouting the lobby,
and
maybe he decided that it's all right. I'm not gonna take infinite damage, and maybe I can't streak anyway. So let's delay this transition until 4-1, and because I just hit the 6 mascots for my level 7 board, I will be strong enough to stabilize off of this. So yeah, interesting decision here. But I'm very curious to see if he will get punished here, because it seems quite likely to me.
You mentioned it earlier in the game, we get the lucky gloves coming in for Assad with an additional glove on the bench, trying to reforge an item to get another Chief's glove right away. Does not find it, however, it will get a Warmox to complete on his Blitzcrank. Lucky gloves on what is looking like a laser corp direction is pretty good.
Yep, definitely. However, Edge of Night and QSS both coming in on the Jax for now, so this guy really does not want to be CC'd. So while the itemization is looking okay, the QSS is really like such a pity because it kind of denies him his second Lucky Gloves here, while not adding that much for the composition. So a bit of a bummer for Assad here, who had a strong showing in the last game to claw his way back into this upper lobby, but he still needs more point to secure his placement here. And this HP total with this gold is not looking too hot right now.
Yeah, he's also suffering from the trade sector issue of having had so many units to buy in the early game that he does not have economy to match. And as we mentioned, when you're playing around the laser core comp, what you want is to be able to rush the levels and get to that Mordekaiser. And look at what Clemu is doing. Second wind into Windfall, you can tell that he's looking at a much better position to play laser core.
Yeah, and already having hit the Warwick, right? Assad hates to see it, I guess. Looking really good. Itemization looking really strong. The Deathblade Hurricane combination. A true classic, I would say. Netting in another win and putting Assad in a really weird spot now because this carousel doesn't look like there's anything there that can stabilize him.
Well, he's going to grab the second set of Lucky Gloves, obviously, but is that going to be enough is what he must be asking himself. I'm sure he hopes that it is enough because that's honestly quite scary. And we can also see YCO picking up another spatula.
Yes. As an ASO, on an ASO, right? So this is a unit he's looking for, and then he can top really, really high with the second mascot emblem because that's essentially a fun at this point. So if he manages to find the missing components, he should really, really look very strong going forward. However, 29 HP, quite scary. And as scary is Assad's board right now because he did manage to get the second Lucky Gloves here. Ash kind of trolling with the IE here, still quite a decent ad for now, so hopefully this should be stable enough to save him some HP.
That Ash AD is through the roof, and she also has 100% crit chance. And here we see YCO having rolled to 0-1 of that 3-star Nasus, and one round away from cashing in probably what is going to be a 2 heist, which is quite unfortunate, which so little HP, and he's going to take quite a beating here additionally.
And interestingly, he apparently sold the ASOL and put items on the Vex, so that's a rather controversial choice. So this is more like the old school style of playing mascots. Currently, you're looking more for ASOL itemization in this composition as your primary carry because he's a lot more reliable. However, he does have the trade sector, so maybe that should be able to net him the Vex 3, even though his economy doesn't really say it will right now.
Okay,
never mind.
That has to feel good. That one must feel fantastic. And do you think he will go ahead with the Shojin here?
Yes.
Or will he? Yeah, okay.
It should be fine. Maybe he will wait for the next fight, maybe, because after that there will be components coming in of the item round. So there's no need for him to rush to anything. But Shojin is quite fine, and I believe he has other things to itemize here. Building Spark on the Malphite is also quite unfortunate, but okay for now. So let's see if he manages to put this together into a winning board in the end.
Yeah, and it looks like that one round will not be what he wants because Clemu with the Warwick being level 7 will take it. Oh, yep, the Vex does not cast on the Warwick. Is that enough damage? No, the cast is intercepted by the Poppy, and the Warwick finally manages to take Vex down, and while CO is looking rough with 13 HP coming out of stage 3, not having found a single gene to enable the Riftwalker here must feel horrendous.
So did you think he went for another econ loss? Because that looked like a Shojin slam diff for me.
I think he's... okay, so here's what he might be thinking. I'm down to 20 HP anyway. If I go for something that's a little bit subpar, sure, I would have won that one round, but is that enough to get more than, top 7? And well, looks like the itemization is not in his favor. Once again, drops.
It's fine. The Deathblade Nasus will save him now.
True. True, and we're still failing to find a single Jin that would bring him the 6 mascots, and he did not get the belt either. So now we are sitting with some unfortunate items, and
Yes.
well, at least managing to find 3-star Malphite, 3-star Nasus. That's, I guess, a consolation prize.
However, we did see, right? He was gambling quite heavily, like letting Underground go through for another rotation and then also picking up the Spatula, and that leaves him with really awkward itemization now for his units. And I think maybe he gambled a bit too much here. So I'm not sure if this 5 mascot Malphite 3 will be enough to stabilize him for the entirety of the stage. So it will be really crucial for him to pick up a Jin here.
Yes.
The hero augment should be coming in. Maybe he finds a Nuno as well, so that should be able to stabilize.
Okay.
Oh, a Vex.
If 3 cost hero augments with 4 cost, the issue here is that he cannot cause the Jin to appear here. So he goes for the Endless Darkness, but he has had to solve the additional Vexes due to... there it is. That is absolutely vital, because now that he has the 3-star mascots in the front line, with the 6 mascots, he has hope. Faint, very dim hope, but hope nonetheless.
Yes, and now it's 2 Vexes that are separating him from a potential top 1 finish here, because now it's starting to look quite scary for everyone else.
Yeah, especially if he gets that belt. Allowing him to take the Alistar out for something that's more impactful, maybe?
Yes, however, with the Nasus 3 here, the cut is not that impactful, actually, as it usually would be. Because he will look to play the Nuno, right?
Yeah, he decided to go into the Nox for Spatch, which I think is kind of good.
Yeah. I like the adaptation here.
Yeah,
because he still needs to kill the sword anyways, right? And Shining plays like Double Trouble, Golden Ticket, Vayne reroll, so this is looking very spicy as well.
Yeah, Shining start cooking up some weapons grade board. Here he is very far away from Vayne 3, however.
This Brawler Silas as well. Still short 2 though, but I guess this will kind of be in transition, and maybe he will look to play 2 Brawler Garants later together with Riven 3, and it seems like Nyla 3 is on the menu as well.
Yeah, it's however looking quite desolate, considering he has had a golden ticket for more than a stage now. Being only on 5 Vaynes is a little bit worrying.
Yeah, golden ticket on 0 gold is not too hot. However, this board isn't too bad, as Xuso is still playing this Jax, actually committing even without the good admin to this Jax here, having picked up the Morgana carry augment in stage 4-2, which is not ideal at all. So really rough place for Xuso as well, but an important win for Shining here.
Yes, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Xuso is looking to take a quick level 9 thanks to his level up augment, and then maybe transition out of that Jax to play some really high cost units instead. But we'll have to see if he has the economy to set up that board.
And one thing you have to consider, like, it's quite expensive to get to 9, even if you have level up, and then buying the units is even more expensive actually, right? Because it's 15 gold just to get this upgraded legendary units. And one thing in this set is that the full legendary board is actually not as strong as you would think. So might be a bit of another gamble here for him. However, the economy is good for now. The board is not too bad. However, it does fall off harshly here. A third Jax item should stabilize him for a bit here. However, the question is, what is he looking for on level 9 to win out with an RC, a Gunblade, and a Jeweled, or I guess an Archangel now?
I would have told you that maybe he's looking to go 9 and set up, a laser core board with the 2-star Mordekaiser with triple items, which would definitely be a sort of inexpensive way to utilize this level 9 and these AP items. But he's sold the Yasuo, he's obviously not going to buy it right now. He's missing the Ash to get a complete completed laser core board, and it's looking like he's getting a good loss, or is that a no? It's a good.
No,
loss.
that's a good loss. Yeah, Bardoklaus back on the spell slingers here. This time with the TF augment, so interesting to see. He's very high tempo right now, where he ends up if he manages to keep this tempo up into the later stages of the game. You can see also TF2 being picked up by him here.
Yeah, well, it's looking quite good. Missing a couple of upgrades, but the items are looking quite great. He has the Sunfire board, and honestly, he's looking like the comfortable top 4 position. If I'm for now, and if he's not going to on the Twisted Fate, he might be looking at way more than that.
Yeah, however, the front line is non-existent right now, and he has high-end shopping, so he's missing some combat power. So this might be a bit rough taking additional fights here against these capped out boards, and we can see YCO going strong here with the 6 mascots now, playing double Vex for now, and TF crucially nails the Vex with the items, and that means that he takes an okayish lose because the Pike 3 still stands strong.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That Vex is actually bait. She's not the important unit in that composition. The Pike 3, however, is terrifying with that 2 damage. The Jewel Gauntlet will be able to massacre anyone he gets his hands on.
Yeah, definitely. So it did kind of come together for YCO here in the end. He does have to keep up this tempo though, because 13 HP is still really low. Assad, meanwhile, didn't stabilize at all, so he's looking for an 8th place soon. And Bardoklaus is still looking for this front line here and doesn't really find it so far. However, there are some items he can give to the Nico, but well, those are more like frontline itemizations. Maybe a ZZ Rod coming in here. Meanwhile, Suso decided to push for level 9 finally and roll for a spot, and this looks like no combat at all, so just random units. So yeah, really curious to see if this manages to stabilize.
Yeah, it's the hardest style of TFT to play, but when it comes together, then it is quite powerful. We see the 2-star Echo coming in here. We're still on the 4 brawlers, and it looks like we're lacking damage. So the 2-star Echo is not going to come in. We're going to play a second Urgot instead, having a little bit more single target damage. And meanwhile, we take a look at Klimu's board, and we mentioned Renegade was hard to set up, but he's at the top of the lobby, and look at that board. It's looking terrifying.
Yeah, it all came together for him, and the Jin once again really mowing through that front line by Huso, and he didn't really manage to set up anything at all. So now on 15 HP with 10 gold back and no real upgraded carry, as the Belvath crucially comes in for him, but that may be too late. We see Assad dying as well, so this Belvath now has to do some work, right? If Suso wants any shot at looking at like top 4 placements.
And we are selling everything and playing exclusively high cost units here. Oh, we can play. No, cannot.
It looks like he forgot his 3rd max augment.
Yeah. It sure looks like he did, but right now this is looking quite scary. That Fiddlesticks with the Ionic Spark, the Archangel, and that Velvet as well. This board is suddenly looking mighty scary, and we're coming back to Babe, who we left with the Infinitim Emblem, who's picked up an Infinitim Crown and a carry Samira Augment, but it's gonna get absolutely massacred by the...
Oh, that Fiddlestick certainly wanted to kill some stuff.
Yeah, we mentioned having a lot of bodies in the front line for the Infiniting comp, and Fiddlesticks cares absolutely not about that. He just goes straight for the juggler, takes the Samira out, and wins the round for Suso, who may be stabilizing, finding that Janna to accelerate his cast for Urgot might be really good.
And the Rainy Janna also really nice synergy here with the Morgana carry augment as well, because that will mean that the Morgana will be able to CC and shred 3 targets a lot earlier. So maybe enough for him to take down Shining, as he found the Cyrus 3 and he found the Nyla 3 and he found the Vayne 3. So looking quite scary here, and the Vayne is just ripping through this front line. bolts coming in. Bava trying to stay alive and salvage it. However, Vayne is still shooting.
Yep, and
manages to
double
take him.
trouble. Shining Star taking a huge win against Zuso, putting him in a lethal range. And we see, crucially, another Anima Squad spat for Shining Star. I know he picked up a spat and rod on the 5 gold last stage, and looks like he might be able to get another one here. That would be huge if he has a slot for it.
Yes. I believe he doesn't really have a spot. He could drop the MF. However, I think the MF is fine as it is. He doesn't have any units left on his bench, so the spot is a bit fake right now. Unfortunately, but still a very, very cool composition he put together there.
Well, I mean, it looks like he's going to be stable for the lost my word, for the foreseeable future. So he might be already looking at his level 8 units and putting the spat on him.
I'm thinking about how to win the lobby, while Suso here is thinking about how to not die. Good news for him, he just faced Shining, so hopefully everyone else is a bit weaker as he faces a ghost here of what I believe is Bardo-Klaus, right?
Yep.
Our Belgium representative. Still rocking that TF board. He managed Nico 2 with 1 item as well. Picked up a bit of a front line. However, this Fiddlesticks doesn't care about this puny Oxforce units that don't really have any good itemization on them. So Fuso is safe for now, and Bardo-Klaus is going or approaching these bottom places rather quickly, as we can see Shining also fell down, assumingly to YCO.
Yeah,
Is very strong right now.
no, look at that. It's beautiful. It's not often you get to see such a cool board, but there it is. And there we get a Jinx, so he might be looking at a 7 Anima next level, you know?
Yeah, and really such a cool composition, right? And I have to applaud him because he picked up the double trouble in 2-1, and seriously, who does that, right? And then comes up with this board, because assumingly he was stacking Anima as well. So quite a creative game plan from here from start to finish, and now looking to add 7 Anima, I believe, on the level 9, on the level 8.
Yeah,
It's really strong, and we can see the Vayne, like, holy.
Yeah, the damage is just unreal. Additionally, you have to keep in mind that there's so much AD coming from both Anima and Double Trouble that Vayne is not shooting out quarrels. She's shooting out rockets out of her crossbow, and nothing can stand in its way. It's true damage, so there's no way to build frontline. You just have to hope you have enough HP to take her down. But there are also so... Anima Squad is stacking HP, and Double Trouble is giving the armor and MR that magnifies this power. So it's really looking like super scary, and maybe only Wild CO can take him down with that 3-star mascot comp.
It's certainly not this anyone with the 3 items that's taking him down. So Bardo-Klaus is facing a really rough spot right now, looking for another Nico item here, I suppose. So I guess the blue buff should be fine-ish.
Fine-ish indeed is the proper way to talk about it, because it's not going to do much, honestly. And the high level, if you told me he did not have high-end shopping right there, I would believe you, because that ball is just looking it's just looking standard as hell. It's looked like he has not had any luck in finding the 2-star Janna, and that's gonna be sad. That's gonna be heartbreaking for him.
And with
laying down a prismatic.
Yeah, I was about to say, right, with the combat augment missing here and some tilt rolls coming in from him, it looks really rough. And this Jin composition by Clemo is still going really strong, right? And yeah, Morgana just nails him down, puts him into 7th place, while we can see Quid taking a 6th, I believe. Maybe Suso will follow. Yep, he falls to the Vex 3, that puts Quid in the 5th place and Suso in the 6th place, putting him also in a spot like Suso and Quid as well, where they have to deliver in the next game to secure their spot in the final tomorrow.
And Wow, we mentioned going for maybe the Mordekaiser with the Infinity on with that itemization, but in the end he opted into having 3 items on the Twisted Fate, and that board is looking well. It's looking like he's just like Zeus's board, really expensive, but he also has a combat augment on top of stuff, so he's indeed much more powerful. And we'll see if that's enough to take on the mascot player that is so insanely tanky.
We got Wave coming in, Vex untouched, just chilling in the backline, slowly but surely stacking more and more HP with the Augment and the Archangels as well, and just no chance here for Babe, who doesn't really have anything to kill these frontline units. Looks quite unstoppable what YCO managed to greet himself together here once again.
Yeah,
So, well done.
Babe had a 2-star Samira with 3 items to try and take down the front line. Unfortunately, she came face to face with a really angry Pyke, and her name was definitely in his ledger as he absolutely slit her throat and took her down really, really early in the fight, leaving no chance for Babe. And now we see Glemu down to 1 life, having lost his last 3 rounds, facing off against Wild CO, and I'm afraid we're going to be lacking damage from that Jhin to be able to take down the regenerating mascots and the 3-star Zac.
Yeah, however, this double Deathbait Jhin is certainly quite strong. He's putting out some damage. The Zac is already down. The stun coming in from the Echo Augment. However, the Malphite is untouched by all of this. He doesn't care at all. And it doesn't look like the Jhin will be able to do enough. So the Vex will just pick him off, and the Pyke comes in to finish the job. And that means he's out. And we got a top 2 going off right now between one greedy player and one really creative player.
Yeah, and it's not that the Malphite was getting left alone. He was taking all the auto attacks from Jhin. It's just that it simply did nothing. He was impassable with the armor he gained from his spell and the Gargoyle Stoneblade, as well as the 6 mascots. He was just getting tickled by the Jhin.
Truly an unstoppable force, you could say, this Malphite.
Yes. And here we see Shining finally having the 7 anima, having taken out the second Silas to fit the 7 anima, taking a little bit of a hit on the stats for his Silas to give more damage to the Vayne.
Yeah, I like it. And one TG for the second Vayne, who unfortunately does not have the spread shot enhancement, but still, he positions Vayne nicely in a way that she can hit some bolts on the Vex, but the Vex shouldn't care, right? She just heals herself up. And we can see the fight slowly stacking up. However, this Malphite just stands strong. Vayne doesn't dodge the Pyke at all with that positioning even. And the Vex is now on her, and that means she's going down. And I'm not sure if the MF has enough to finish the job, as the Syndra will look to throw in another Fiddlestick soon, and the Jhin is still shooting away.
Well, Queen Zeus Jhin is not going to be enough, barely, and I think that's it. That's -13, yep, on the dot. And Shining Star with the 7 anima, double trouble, creative composition, really taking it out, and I'm so happy for him. That was that was not an easy game plan to execute, and he managed to do it. He managed to not get lost in the game plan, to find the anima squad spots on the carousel that really helped him go from, instead of being in the 5 anima, he was able to go to the 7. And with such a dominant composition, he got the HP stacking, and he was even more tanky than the mascots. And rather obviously, Vayne doesn't care about Malphite's armor. She just goes right through with the 900 true damage bolts every time to the face. He goes down, she exchanges her life for Vex, and then entrusts the well-being of her composition to her smaller sibling, the 2-star Vayne and the Misfortune.
Yeah. So very well done by Shining. Really exciting stuff to see. So let's hope after this upcoming break, we will see a really exciting finish to this day, as we will decide the last people that can secure a spot in the finals tomorrow. So see you in a bit.
and welcome back for the last game of the day. We will be spectating the first lobby to see who will stay in there and manage to get to the final, and who will be the tragically disappointed players that will see victories slip out from in between their fingers. We've had some really exciting games, the high stakes composition, and really shining through, especially for Wild CEO that looked at he had a little bit of a doom game, and he managed to secure out a win, and he's already in. For him, there's no more stakes. While the standings that we're seeing are not quite up to date. He actually has 29 points. In second place, Shining Star has 27, Clément with 24, Yaroi with 21, getting that top 4. So we get both French players in third and fourth. Portuguese Babe coming up on him with 20, tied with Little Big Pro for 20, and Bardoclos and Zuso making the final top 8 for now with 18 points. But we also have the rest to consider. For sure, the second part, who can make it?
Yeah, so it's really close down at the bottom, and we do see some of the bigger names struggling as well, with Havali and Payne, who actually did find some success in national leagues or European competition recently, and I still believe they do have what it takes to make it to the top. However, their points are not really there, so I'm really hoping for a miracle run for either of those two to grab a spot in the finals and maybe bring some higher stakes for the other guys as well then, because if you make it off the miracle run, you get quite the buff, I believe, and the others will be very scared.
Yeah, I'm afraid that Havali would need more than a miracle run. He would need a glitch in the matrix, as he's currently down with only 8 points. He went for the really greedy comp in the last game, trying to claw out the 8 points that he would need with the first place, and sadly falling short. I talked about it earlier. He went for the Lulu reroll, and it did not pay off, sadly, for him. It's an understandable choice, and sadly he had to take high risks to try and get that first place. Did not pay off.
I think he died before the third augment even, so yeah, really a rough day for him. So unfortunate to see him go that early. On the other side, though, we did see Shining putting a really creative comp there in the last game, right? And we talked about it quite a bit, but I just want to highlight it once again, right? Taking this double trouble into one and putting together this really cool anima composition. And there were some interesting decisions going on there in the mid game as well, because he was on 0 gold in the 4-1 breakdown, and I think he didn't really finish any of his units, but he still sticked to the Silas there, kept it actually 3-starred instead of selling it and putting in other units, and then later as well just deciding, okay, Silas, thanks for your service, that's enough, now you're sold, and now you will see some other options coming in, 7 anima to finish out this lobby. So yeah, really shows that what actually creative play can lead to, and really one of the strengths of hero augments as well, right? As you said, this interaction between the bonus 80 and the spread shot really proving to be very crucial in taking down this unstoppable Malphite.
Yeah, and that was really the key here. He completely ignored the mascot's regeneration. He did not care. He simply had enough burst to take him down, even though it was really close in the end. That put him over the edge. And we saw Zuso going for a risky playstyle, going for the level 9, trying to play that really high-cost legendary threat-oriented board, and falling just short against the reroll compositions.
Yeah, I think, no, he first lost to Shining and then lost to YCO back-to-back, I believe, and that kind of took him down. So yeah, it really felt like he needed that board 1 or 2 rounds earlier to be actually able to compete, because what he had there in the end was actually looking quite scary. However, it's just a bit too greedy. The Jax 2 couldn't really stabilize him in the mid-game besides having great items. So he lost a bit too much HP, and I think he complained to me privately about other people going for really risky comps and high rolling their ass off. So maybe there's some fire now pushing him forward to a great game 5, hopefully, because he does need a really good showing here to secure a spot. in the finals tomorrow. So yeah.
Yeah, and him alongside Bardo Klaus, Lilith Pro, Babe, and Yaroi are the ones that are on the hotspots when it comes to this final game. We will have to keep our eyes on them because unless I am mistaken, most of the other three players are already locked in for the finals, and so in that position, you must be feeling the pressure from Zuso, because if he goes for barely a fourth place, I'm not sure that's enough. I think he needs to get a third, maybe, because there's also another player with 18 points in lobby 2.
Yeah. So yeah, this mark should be really what's the important thing right now. So I guess we will be looking roughly at a 26-point mark that should be able to secure you a final spot, maybe a bit less even. Thanks to the strong showings by YCO and Shining, who really raked in the points today. So yeah, really close race going into the last game, and I'm really excited to see what they will be able to show us in this last game, because I think we've seen some exciting gameplay so far today with some really creative comps. So yeah.
Yeah, and now that it's all down to the wire, I'm really curious to see if we will see some secret hidden technologies coming out from the dark corners of the players' minds, because now is the time to show it there. Because if they fail to show up for this final game and come out strong with a good finish, then it's gonna be the end of that journey for them for this student tournament for set 8.5, and it will be back to the drawing board until set 9 at least.
Yeah, and really shows you need to have the nerves to preserve it as well. And I think we could kind of see it with Babe in the last game, right? He picked up this Infinity Team setup and played the Samira as well, but he slammed the emblem, the Infinity Team emblem, on his Samira with double frontline portals. So maybe some nerves coming through, and this is something that should be fixed for the last game. And I believe we're about to launch. So yeah. Who do you think will take it in the end?
Oh, that's gonna be the really interesting question, isn't it? Can Zuso make it, or maybe Bardo Klaus, Little Bit Pro, and Babe can take it? Really, Zuso would be the logical favorite, but I'm really looking at Yoroi to clutch it out and get the points necessary for his qualification. Obviously, as a as a French a supporter. Slightly biased there.
Yeah, understandable. And once again, for maximum excitement, we don't get the Force of Nature opening. So instead, we will enter the market here. The fireworks are coming through for the final showdown of the day. And Clemu starts with a sword once again, looking for these AD compositions, but as you said earlier, not necessarily forcing them in, and he sees the Vex, which really doesn't fit with the sword at all. So that's kind of a bummer.
Well, unless he gets an early Riftwalker emblem, indeed, it's going to be really hard. But he's one of the players that have managed to reach the spot where Jin Renegade is stable from without rerolling Vex, that is. And so it's understandable that he goes for the sword start again. He's shown that he understands the keys to really stabilize that board and make it work.
Now, maybe the sword is just the opener for the stacks and stacks Nasus here. Who knows?
Oh, that would be exciting.
Give us some bows.
Oh.
Okay, that's actually quite interesting. So it's a gold opener for him.
Yes.
And the Anima units actually coming in strong here, but also the Lucian too. So lots of interesting options. The augment is really what will decide this. 2-1 augment, like for example, a 2-1 Jinx augment could be really interesting here for him.
Yeah, get excited would really, get us excited for this upcoming game. We have not seen the 2-1 augments too much, and here we see so it's going to be one component more gold, opting to make the econ threshold. Yep, very wise. And we see an interesting set of choice. Jeweled Lotus, the favorite of the players, but also Trade Sector with so much starting economy.
Ooh, interesting. Because Trade Sector with the Anima opener is certainly strong, right? However, Jeweled Lotus is like the flex favorite, right? And Trade Sector, you don't really look to lose streak too much, but without any components dropped here, you won't really be able to streak. And we see him holding some of the underground units. And personally, once again, the trade sector underground opener is not too exciting. So yeah, interesting to see where he ends up. Even though it worked great last game, I'm pretty sure we are not guaranteed to see a success story again here.
Yeah. Well, a good thing for him is that he's going to be really, really high in economy early. So if he manages to hit underground, not only will he be able to, push levels and maintain a healthy amount of HP, hopefully, due to being not staying level 4 and maybe finding, the Sona or maybe even the Samira, if that's what he fancies, and manages to hit the 4 or 5 undergrounds early enough, then that might be another successful underground play.
Yeah, for sure. However, with the tier 3 duplicator as well, early power spikes are kind of something you can look for. However, for now, he is still very flexible. Without the items, he won't streak anyway, most likely. So he can just take some time, collect some units, hit some upgrades. Yep. And then it's looking like he's settling for this laser cope opener for now.
Yep, the 2-star Ash with Nectin pair, Blitzcrank pair, combined with the 20 gold here means he can just push onwards as soon as he stabilizes his front line and gets a couple of items after the Krogs. He can just, forge his path onward, aggressively leveling, finding the Warwick, into finding the Mordekaiser, thanks to that trade sector that will allow him to never stay stuck at a particular level, hopefully.
Oh, and Bardoklaus here with the Defender crest. And this actually has like a really cool tech. Like you open this Defender crest and then you're kind of fishing for the Time Knife augment in 3-2. If you get it, the Shen carry augment. And that's one of the easiest fast 9s you can get. However, if you don't really hit that, your setup can be quite unstable in the later stages without this Time Knife. And if the lobby tends to lean into AP setups, which we've seen so far today, this might actually come in as a handicap for him later in the game. So really exciting pickup there for Bardoklaus, I think.
Yeah, I can tell that you're restraining yourself and that you're actually much more excited than it appears for this, because I know it's a favorite strategy of yours. So feel free to elaborate on it as soon as we get back to seeing him. It will be interesting to see if he manages to hit that Time Knife, or if he doesn't, what he tries to do to hit that comp, because Defender Rammus and 6 Defender Poppies are also interesting aspects in and of themselves.
Yes. Definitely, and the comp actually has very a lot of nice secret knowledge you can apply to it, as well as like secret ace interactions, or not secret ace interactions, but ace interactions to like give your Shen more time to make some powered auto attacks on high health targets and stuff like that. But first let's see if he actually gets a 3-2 augment selection for hero augments, and then if he actually decides to pick it up, because he has to commit some items for it as well.
Yeah, and here comes another double item carousel, and Clemo picks up the Vayne with the completed rune on top of her, which he must be feeling happy about, because that's gonna be really what he wants for a either sure shot or laser core comp. That plays right into his hand, maximum amount of gold, extremely impactful item. He must be pleased with that.
And he still has the trade sector and the duplicator, so maybe he's looking towards an early Vayne 2 here to stabilize him. Meanwhile, we can see Suso, he also has his duplicator on bench here. Picked up True Twos, so managed to win streak off of that. Has an early Malphite too, so 5 Malphites already actually, so he really is hoping for rock solid in 3-2.
Yeah, with these items, that would be one hell of a solid rock, and we were talking about an immovable object earlier. That would definitely be one unstoppable force and the immovable object wrapped into one stylish super package.
Yeah, and nice positioning here, backlining even the Ramos to make sure the Malphite is surrounded by at least 3 units. And yeah, we can see nice CC layering coming in with double Ramos. Malphite slamming the ground here. However, this gangplank is actually quite scary, as this item combination is really nasty going forward if you're looking for a Warwick later, or maybe a Bel'Vethir by Babe.
Yeah, Babe looking really strong with that early Twisted Fate pickup, empowering his GP and also dishing out a lot of damage in and of itself. It's looking like he has his work cut out for him to move forward in that game.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, we can see Shining here picking up the Stargarden emblem, a favorite of the, well, now 2 times previous patch where Kaiser was really strong. A bit struggling right now. So one thing that still enables this comp is being able to play vertical Star Guardians later, having Nico 2 as your carry throughout stage 4, and then transitioning into just Syndra and maybe Star Guardian MF or Azul. And another option would be the hold the line rel augment. So he looks to have these options going forward, independent of the hero augments. So quite a good setup for him with the upgrades here. And we can kind of see not managing to streak quite through, however, still having a decent board and a decent economy.
Yeah, and it's gonna really depend on him finding this item to combine with the tier. And as you mentioned, it doesn't have to be the Kaisai. It can be used to, well, play this very strong misfortune carry with that Stargarden emblem acting as an AP a mana generator that's much stronger than any single Shojin could do.
Ooh.
And we see that Garen that's gonna slot in nicely instead of that Shen. It's kind of looking like, yeah, you love to see it. And if he had a +1 defender, he would be hitting the spike of having the 6 defenders there.
Yeah, and we talked about full power to the sword earlier. So what do you think? Is 6 or 8 Star Guardian full power to the sword, Garen? Would that be an option for you?
Oh, that would be very, very spicy. But sadly, I think the items that he has really would not allow that to work here. But Star Guardian full power to sword, it would be a sight to behold. It would not be a single strike of thunder coming down on the enemies, but instead a lightning storm. And here we see the static shiv being dropped for Shining, so he must be feeling mighty pleased about that one. He also opted to make as much econ as he could, selling the defenders, knowing that there won't be enough AD players in the lobby.
And he knows as well, right? He has the Garen, so he will be playing that for now. The Rel is fairly tanky with these items. So he really is only looking for backline damage, and he's on a lose streak right now. He can capitalize on that. So the setting right now is not that bad, and Suzo just hit Malphite 3 and 3-1.
Yeah, that is so early and so scary. And we see YCO once again going with the underground, hitting 4 on the ground with metabolic accelerator. That's well, he must be feeling pleased with himself. He's already in, but he's still having a little bit more fun, threatening the lobby with some incredible shenanigans once he cashes out.
Yeah, and very much experienced in that line of play as well, right? So we can expect that he will be able to stabilize in some form. Or maybe this is the game where he will falter for the first time.
Yeah, well, I am thrilled to announce that this is a 2-cost hero augment, and that Suso has indeed picked up rock solid, and still has 40 gold left.
Oh, this is like not fair, right? Not fair at all. So as I said, he did complain to me about people high rolling, and I'm pretty sure he can't complain after this game, right?
Oh no, that is terrifying. He found so many Malphites that he's having trouble, finding the other units that go with that. It's nearly the only upgraded unit on the board, and he's 3-star. These are some weird odds that he faced.
Yeah. And the thing that we can see right now, though, is he has this Malphite 3, but where's the rest of the board, right? The super units are all 1-star. He didn't find additional mascots. It's just this naked Nessus pair, so not that exciting. So let's really hope that this Malphite is solid enough to streak him through the stage, as he's still looking for quite some pieces here, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, he has to be feeling happy about that, because even if he only has the Malphite 3-star, that should be more than enough to stabilize him, because who will be able to take that down? And it's gonna be doing all the damage and all the tanking in of itself. It must be feeling good. He's right in there in terms of economy. He's not behind at all, despite being up a 3-star unit on everyone.
Yeah. Like, having your carry basically given to you for free as a 3-star unit certainly makes it easier to play the game. So I guess he should be fine going forward.
Yeah, and what do you think would be best as a third item on that Malphite? Because we see the belt sitting on the bench right here. Do you think Warmox
It's
would be
surely a
best,
Warmox.
or
It's surely a
maybe
Warmox.
maybe considering the amount of damage that he will be doing, something like a Bloodthirster could be considered?
Yeah, usually BT is a solid third item if you have the Gargles and the Warmox already, but just the interaction of the mascots and the max HP, and considering that he has a lot of defense and healing in his kit already through the mascots as well, then, right? Just makes Warmox your prestige choice here, especially if you have one of these open belts.
Yeah. We see Roy here, one of the players that we have to keep our eyes on, going down to 55 HP before the carousel, having the Morgana augment and the salvage bin. So he will probably look to stabilize hard on 4-1, and we can only hope for him that he manages to find the units to stabilize himself. We see here there's Velvet and a Garen that are instantly picked off by Clemu and Wild CEO.
Yeah, happy to see that. And gonna see if I can maybe snatch their boards to see if it actually elevates their status.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for YCO, he's picking up Power Grid once again, right? So this is the blue buff for her Sona. So he's going back to his, I believe, game plan. And also hits the Sona too. But for now, we will stick with Babe, who's still having this really good setup for the Warwick items here. And he picked up the Yasuo support, so that kind of cements his Laser Corps game plan. And he should be really, really strong if he finds the Warwick here in 4-1 and maybe gets an early Mordekaiser as well. So
yeah,
really good spot.
Only issue is that he's going to be playing a lot of frontline units, and it's going to be kind of awkward to be positioned like that, because usually you want to use the Warwick with the full frontline of units, and to be able to kind of infiltrate, dodge the tankier units like that Malphite. But with that Wind of Exile augment, it's much harder to do and nearly not possible. And here he will be 6-0'd by Suso, the terror of this lobby.
And having to run melee units into a stone wall certainly isn't something you're looking for. So rough loss for Babe here, who loses quite some HP, but still has lots of gold to come back to. Meanwhile, a little bit pro here is playing build different on gold, which is actually quite a icky pickup in my opinion, because oftentimes you run out of steam early enough, and we can see he decides to not reroll anything here. He picks up the Morgana support to give himself some options and also some pen, while also having the last Whisper built already. So a bit of a rough setup, but he does have lots of gold and lots of HP, most notably. So what do you think he's looking for going for stage 4 here and probably tier 4 carry transitions?
Yeah, I think he's just going to look at the 4-cost smorgasbord of the build different board. He's going to be playing Jhin, he's going to be playing 2 aces for his backline, and he will be playing all the 4-cost frontline units without their synergies, or maybe with them, and ignore the build different on them, as it's not as important to attack quickly on, say, Garen or Echo.
Yeah.
But, it's build different is kind of an awkward argument in that set, considering the hero augments are completely random if you don't have any synergies in.
Yeah. I mean, threat is always active, right? So we could see him pick that up. However, yeah, it's really rough, especially with these early hero augments, because most of these units kind of want some synergy around them, right? And you're really saying, screw that, I can't do that. So I believe the Gas Giant Slayer here is quite a nice pickup, as it gives him some much needed damage boost as well, because this is, from my experience, something these builders comms can kind of struggle with later on big front lines. So yeah, having Pen and having some damage as well is really good. And we can see he finds the Garen, which is his most crucial frontline piece here. Like, if you look at the stats for Builtif, you really see Garen is really important, but then Jhin as well, which he manages to find here. So quite a good roll down.
Yeah, he gets a smooth transition, and he will be able to comfortably go to level 8 with that board, and probably gets the Godbreaker as well, thanks to he has the Rune, so he's not worried at all, and it's looking quite good here.
Yeah. It's
Honestly, the one of the harder parts of Build Different in that set is that since it's a scaling augment now, it's kind of hard to get a full win streak like he did, but he's managed and it's looking quite good. Also, Babe has picked up the Warwick and an Urgot to maybe quicken his level 8, but unfortunately facing a little bit pro here must not be feeling good.
Nope, most definitely not. And you can kind of see right now it still stands strong, and we will see how this transitions, because I can tell you from this spot I managed to go 7th multiple times playing Biltov. However, this Silver Augment should be quite good for him because he doesn't really want the lobby to get that much more stats, right? Because he gets the base stats of the build diff. So he doesn't want the other options to be a really huge impact, because that gives more relevance to the build diff. And maybe that is what he needs to finish out strong in this lobby.
Yeah, and both the makeshift armor and the second win are quite good. Makeshift armor really will multiply the flat HP given by the build different. So he's looking at a really, really strong spot. And we're coming down on Wild CO, still honestly quite healthy with that reroll Sona, but also quite far away from Sona 3-star.
Like he won the last fight and missed his cash out by 1, right? So now he has to do 1 more. Quite awkward for him, but I think the board is coming together slowly but surely. Frontline's still lacking for now, and I don't think he will be able to take down the Smell fight just yet.
Yeah,
but
sure.
We could see, like in previous games, in the late game, the Sona can certainly contest his mascot boards. So, yeah, Thuso hasn't really picked up the backline threats yet, so he doesn't take too harsh a loss here. But eventually the Malphite will come, 1 more slam to the ground, and the Sona's gun, and that means YCO is now facing his, I think, 3 heist?
No, it's a 2 heist.
It's 2 heist. Oh, that's really disappointing.
Yeah, still a lot of gold is actually pretty nice for him, because that's what he really needs. He needs that Sona to beat 3-star as quickly as he can, and right now he's so far away from it still. It is like really worrying.
He's supposed to be the super gambler. Where's heist 6? I'm disappointed. Maybe he's saving it for tomorrow.
Probably.
However, he's rolling now, looking for, I believe, some frontline upgrades. He picked up this Aatrox, but he doesn't really have any items. But the Viego just decides he'll pick up the tank items from the TG instead. So facing up against Little Pro now, which is really, really rough again, right? Another really strong player to face him 2 times in a row. And I'm really doubtful that the Sona has enough in the tank to take him through, though. The Pike stun and the backline crucially stunning the Sona, and the Vayne slowly but surely taking down the front line. However, the front line is also gone for a little bit pro, and I think the Sona just edges it out closely but surely with an important win for YCO, preserving enough HP going into the later stages of the game here.
Yeah, and if you had asked me before the fight who would win, I would not have bet on Wild Seal. Honestly, I did not imagine him being able to get through that front line. But apparently the lack of damage that you mentioned for Build Different is starting to come through from Little Bit Pro. It's probably not too worried though, sitting pretty with 92 HP. And if you take a look at the lobby HP, you can see that barring Shining Star, Zuso, and Little Bit Pro, you can see that everyone's getting really close to dying really soon. So the end of the lobby is going to be quite explosive. And we take a quick look at Yaroi with the board that is not to be underestimated. Sadly, still down to 6 HP and stuck on level 7.
Yeah, it looks like hitting a bit too late again, right? Because he's down to 6 HP, playing 4 mech here, because apparently he doesn't have the gold to afford any useful ads, unfortunately. Still sitting on Morgana 1 with the carry augment, so quite a rough spot, and I'm really doubtful that this will be enough to edge out anything more than maybe a 7th here, as Bartoklas is close to elimination as well. And here we see Clemu, who did end up going for this Laser Corp composition, found the Warwick 1. But yeah, not having quite enough to take down this Garen just yet, so 1 more win for Jaroi means he stays alive for now.
Yeah, and Klemu drops below 30 HP, while Bardoklos drops below 0 HP and goes down in this final game. So
Oh,
that
yeah.
means that is the end for him of the finals hope, sadly. And Yaroi is staying alive for a bit longer. He needs more than a 7th place to qualify, though. So he must be feeling very anxious about all that. Finds an Urgot, though. That is really, really good. That means he can get rid of that 4th mech that had no no proper reason being there, except for, he did not find anything better in his roles. But that's you gotta be worried when you're playing that, because you might come across Wild CEO when he finds that 3-star Sona, and that might be very scary. And that Belvet could just die from the power grid additional beams.
Yes, and right now he's facing the Sona. The Syndra was acquired there on level 7. He has an NE3 without items, and that proves to be too tanky for the Belvath and the Azul, combined with the healing of the Sona, to kill any unit at all, and that means a really harsh loss. And a really, really rough 7th place as well, which is not what he was looking for here. He had 21 points going into this game, however, this puts him probably just below the threshold. So really disappointing finish here for Jeroy in the end.
Yeah, that must be quite the heartbreak. And we see Clemu with 24 points getting a 6th place. Should be enough. We will have to obviously see what the actual scoreboard is at the end of this game. But he must be relieved, because the game was not going in his favor. He was still losing despite hitting the Warwick, even though he just hit the 2-star Warwick. And it's going to be... so who do we need to observe for the end of that game? Babe as well had 20 points, and Lily Pro and Zuso are the 3 persons that still have high stakes in that game.
Yes. Meanwhile, we can see Shining just chilling again, taking this solid placements around the top 3, top 2 mark for once again, at least for now. And for Clemethborg here, we can kind of see that the power of the trade sector is not really there, right? So he kind of gambled a bit. I'm not sure what he was looking there in the early game, but he did find quite a nice setup now, having to slam the Spark and the Shift while playing Morgana as well. Puts him in a bit of an awkward spot, but Shining Sport is not quite there yet, and the Star Guardian Garen not that fast on casting because the frontline is quite packed, but it is enough. There is not enough damage by this Warwick, and the Morgana left alone to die, and it gets burnt down by the Leona, and Clement is down.
Yeah,
not 6.
8-star Guardian just being too much for Clemu's board to handle. There's just not enough damage. Syndra just keep chucking and chucking more and more units again and again, and it's really rough. And meanwhile, Little Bit Pro is and Zuso must be feeling really, really great about their chances of making it to the finals.
Yeah. However, Babe as well, right? As you said, he's on 20 points. So Klamuka just got to 27, I believe, with this 3rd place. 6th place, 3 points. So yeah, this should not be enough if he ends up going 5th here, and we see another Laser Core spot, and this one doesn't even have Warwick too. And he got these great items, right? So his direction, it looked hopeful, but he never hit the units. And now Shining once again is looking to end the hopes of Babe.
Yeah, Shining Star on the crusade against the Laser Core player is just going to send unit after unit, and the Laser Core board is going to lack damage once again. There's just no way to kill all of these units that are getting sent one after the other. And Babe goes down with a 5th place, meaning that Zuso and Little Bit Pro are the 2 players left with any stakes for the end of that game, and they are both sitting very pretty at 1st and 2nd place with so much HP, honestly.
Yeah.
But
and most importantly, but most importantly for Zuso, right? He's only on 18 points, so he's really looking for a top 2 finish at least. And his board suddenly does have it in it, right? He got the mascot +1 over the silver augment, which is not ideal because you like the spread, but it's fine. The Malphite was basically, apparently he had to deal with Mordok to just get that for free. So still standing strong. He picked up the Jin, gave him some items. Azul as a secondary option. As I said earlier, Azul kind of preferred over Vex right now. So really nice, should be stable enough for now, and maybe he can top out the board here with the level 9 at later in the stage.
Yeah, and he does not have the issue the laser core players had. He does have enough damage to go through Shining Star's composition, and inversely, Shining Star is the one lacking damage to be able to take down the 6 mascot ball. And so Zuso looking like he will manage to get at least the top 2, but that might not be enough. He might need a top 1 finish to make it. So he will have to stay on the edge of his seat there to make it.
Depends on the other lobby, right?
Yeah, it does.
Because truthfully, Quid is on 18 points, is also in range to overtake him there, and that's like the only threat. And if he has a great showing in the other lobby, that could be quite scary. Otherwise, he should be able to secure it with the top 2 placement, as we can see the on items coming in now. And unfortunately, the Malphite is only already full, right? So you can't really pick the Everfrost, but a Cleaver here with the backline access of the Jhin should be really, really solid, as he doesn't have any penetration yet. And maybe that's what he needs to get through these really nasty Oxforce and Hard frontline here. And we see a Zephyr of Ziziroth lifting up the Malphite, eliminating the frontline, and we can see all the other mascots slowly but surely dying. Malphite back in the fight, looking for some huge slams onto this Aatrox, but that's not enough targets, it seems, as he struggles to take down this board. The NE3 is still untouched, the Sona is still untouched as well, and the hard stacks are coming in. Heals coming out, Malphite versus the world very soon, but the Sona says no. Bye-bye, Jhin.
The Aurelian Soul with the hard stacks, and I was scared for a second that the Zephyr would actually end up working against YLCO, because keeping the Malphite alive while all the smaller mascots die mean that the Malphite would get increased regeneration and potentially survive. But no, the 3-star Sona with the 4 heart and the Mana Zane Syndra that keeps chucking units as well is going to be really, really key here.
Yes, and we see it came together once again in the end. YCO managed to find a really nice spot here. He picked up the Syndra pair and the Manazan, or Manazane, I don't know. What's your favorite pronunciation of that? People discussing it, right?
Yeah, it's a controversial one. And I say Manazane, and I have no idea if that's the proper way to say it, but we can see here the YLCO once again with that Sona reroll, managing with quite different items than last time. He had statics and Windus, but it's working out in his favor again, and he looks like so comfortable playing the loose tricks every time and coming back with the 3-star 3-cost units. It's honestly pretty impressive, and we see the board of the build different, as we mentioned.
Yeah, very nice pickup here. He managed to find his 2 A's upgraded, itemized both the Samira and the Jhin. Awkwardly has 1 cloak left on equipped on this Jhin, so I'm not quite sure why he panicked to do that. However, his MF has open slots, so that should be fine. Frontline looking good here as well. He decided to add the Fiddlesticks as well as a non-build-tive unit, because it doesn't work on the threat units, most notably, and on corrupted neither. So yeah, really strong board in the end, and keeping the Pike in as well. I quite like that, as the CC from the Pike is still meaningful even in the late game.
Yeah, and with the high attack speed, he tends to cast quite often. And to answer the question of why does he have a glove on that Jhin, it's simply to scale up off of the Infinity Edge and focusing on misfortune items now. And he just opted into not finishing a complete item for Jhin and just saying it's okay. I'll give him the 20% crit. That's the best I can do with that glove. And now I'll be gearing up my misfortune instead.
Yes, and we can see him taking on this hardboard once again, and the Aatrox survives for now, but it's slowly but surely dying. It can't really take all the damage, but the Annie is still alive, and that's enough frontline for the Sona to say, well, nice try here, Build Diff, but I'm still gonna take you down. 1 more power cut to the face means another loss here for the opponents of YCO, and he remains strong while Shining goes out in 4th place.
Yeah, Shining goes out in 4th place. No big deal for him. Still, well, he's qualified really easily If I'm not mistaken, he did not go bot 4 in any one of the games, just as Walsio did not. So really impressive showing from both of them. And right now, you must be worried if you are Zuso that Walsio will end up killing you and denying you the spots in the finals. So that's why he's holding on to the Garens, but going level 9, opting to not look for the Garen on level 8.
Yeah, and we can see the ghost of Zuso here, right? Taking his chances against this build of composition by Little Bit Pro, and it seems like it's already faltering here, that maybe due to the ghost fight, but it seems like he lost some steam, so maybe he is worried for a reason, right? As we see the other fight slowly taking place off screen, right?
Yes, and
he loses again
to Walsio, and his HP total, who was so high early on, is now dwindling again and again, and a third place might not cut it. Just as I said, a second place might not cut it either. He needs to go for a high place finish and get that top one to guarantee he will go in the finals, and any other result will be uncertain.
Yes, and he is his board is looking strong, right? He still can peak going level 9 probably after the carousel here. The question is, however, will that be enough, right? He can look to add this Nunu. He can look to add like one additional like maybe threat unit or something. But what he really needs here is more damage, as we can see here. He struggles to take down the front line in time, and this Malphite at this stage is just not strong enough, so he takes another L here by the Samira and the Jhin, and now looking to finish in third place if he doesn't find anything miraculous here.
Yeah, and what would be the solution to taking down the front lines quicker for him, in your opinion? I have an idea, but I'm not sure it's going to be feasible for him.
Yeah, like he doesn't have enough gold to really roll for whatever he wants, right? So he's probably looking either for Jenna or Leona, and then maybe a Nunu, which can get some backline access in as well, and maybe the Nunu combined with the Azul is enough to do some stuff in the backline. However,
windy weather,
windy Jenna, maybe that's enough. He kind of has a fun now with this emblem, so he can fit another unit if he wants to. Like this Alistar certainly might be able to leave, or the Nasus for like either Fiddlesticks or Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
More probably Fiddlesticks CC is a bit better, but yeah, Mordekaiser may execute some key targets in the front line here.
Yeah, crucially, I think he wants the Mordekaiser for the magic resistant shred. Sadly, the Mordekaiser just gets obliterated by the combined efforts of the Jhin and the Samira from Little Bit Pro, but this time it looks like it's gonna be enough, just barely, but manages to eke out a win here, gets the Mordekaiser pair, and surely if the Mordekaiser goes 2-star, you have an opportunity to move Orion items to him and try to one-shot the backlines instantly.
Definitely, and he decides to hold on to the Viegos here as well instead of holding this Fiddlestick, so he seems really committed to the Mordekaiser here. And maybe this is his Hail Mary that he needs to win out this lobby.
Yeah, he's holding on to the Viegos because Walsio has 6 of them, and he does not want to allow him to make any 3-star, so now he's holding 5, so there is only one Viego left in the pool, so Walsio cannot get access to that potential game-breaking Viego 3 that would push him really over the edge.
Yeah, very important to keep an eye on your opponents, as we can see them facing off now, and maybe now Suso has what it takes, right? The house is coming down, MR is shredded, Jhin is shooting away, Syndra is down, so no more annoying units being thrown in, but Sona is still untouched, and the Annie and the Aatrox are still standing strong here.
And goes down. And now the Archangel from the Aurelian Soul has been stacked, so that means that the next Meteor Shower will be doing so much damage. It's not even going to be necessary. The Jhin does it on his own and takes him down. And I also realized I've been talking about Mordekaiser giving the MR shred, while in fact Suso has a Black Cleaver on his Jhin, and it's completely a non-factor. Mordekaiser is still a great unit, though.
Well, the Mordekaiser AoE is, or the Mordekaiser Marshred is AoE, right? It's global on the whole board. And the Jhin doesn't really hit. It hits a lot of units, but it doesn't hit everything. So it's good to double down, especially if like an Azor, right? And Malphite doing magic damage as well. And you can see, like, if the Malphite decides to sneak into the backline, still possible to win this matchup. But with stage 7 approaching and most of these players probably being one-shots, he needs another one of those fights to really secure himself this top 2 placement or potentially the win as well, right?
Yep, Zuso might not be one shot if he manages to clean out enough units on the opponent's boards, but Wild CEO definitely is, and we see the Mordekaiser 2 coming in from Little Bit Pro. Will Zuso be able to cap out his board and manage to find the solution? And we keep seeing legendaries getting upgraded on Little Bit Pro's board, and that has to be so scary. And maybe it's time for the Viegos to leave us and to think of that. We need to try and find that clutching Mordekaiser.
Surely either the Mordekaiser or the Leona should be good options here, but he decides to hold on to it. He has a ghost fight here against the build of board that looks fairly beatable, but it has a Mordekaiser 2-star now as well.
2-star Mordekaiser, 2-star Janna, the windy weather giving a lot of damage to the board if the fight goes on long enough. The Orient Soul casts again before dying, but that leaves so many units alive, and Zuso is gonna be taken down to 2 HP by the ghost of Little Bit Pro, while Wild CEO is winning, so we get an interesting triangle here.
Oh yeah, and I feel like right now is the time
to give Mordekaiser 2. Yeah,
and transition the items as well. I like it. So now he adds the Leona for some additional magic resistance. Probably not that impactful, but nice nonetheless. And right now you really want to do your positioning right, because this Mordekaiser has to hold in a good angle to hit as much units as possible, and crucially also hit the units he can actually kill. As he will face the build of board once again, but this time the real one.
And we see some really creative positioning from Little Bit Pro, trying to take the Mordekaiser away from his front line, and it's gonna work. The Mordekaiser ult will go sideways, clearing only frontline units, but at the same time, if there's only backline left, then there's no lack of damage from the side of Zuso, so that will be enough. That Mordekaiser will end up taking Little Bit Pro to
9 HP, 7 HP.
No, still going down.
-8.
That's what I believe. Zuso takes down the top 1, actually. Probably kills Wild CEO as well with that Mordekaiser coming in clutch at the last second. Did not hesitate a single moment to transition the items. And that's where you see the experience. We mentioned it. He went to the EMEA finals and he does not disappoint. In the final games, where the stakes are the highest, he just comes through.
Yeah. Really proud of my boy there. Prep paid off, so I'm gonna congratulate myself for that. And you could really see in the last fight, right? He was the Mordekaiser went down, and it didn't really help that much. But the front line was gone, most crucially, and then there was still a Malphite left, right? And with this rock in your face, just slamming onto your carry, an endless assault there, basically. And he takes this first place off of this really, really early Malphite 3. So nice finish, even though it looked very close for sometimes in the late game.
Yeah, and you gotta commend his level-headedness, because that game must have been an emotional roller coaster all the way. You know, getting that Malphite 3-star on 3-1 without having to do anything other than use a lesser duplicator, into realizing that it will come down to the wire against Wild CEO and the other opponent, Little Bit Pro, with the build different. They put up quite a fight, so he might have gotten scared there, and especially if he did not know exactly what position he needed to guarantee his final spot, but he does not falter and he comes through in the end, and you love to see it. Also, gotta give a shout out to Little Bit Pro. You were saying that build different is a little bit tough to pick up, but he navigated it wonderfully.
Yeah, agreed. Strong finish from him as well. Managed to pick up the crucial units and the crucial upgrades. I think this early Garen 2 was really, really important for him, cementing his strong position on the board and allowing him to be competitive in the fights, even into the later stages, which you can't really say about a lot of built sports. And with that, we can see that Jeroy
Hero made it surprisingly. Oh, Quid faltered in the end, and so did Baldo Klaus. Both players with 18 points went down, and that means the cutoff is quite lower than we anticipated. The players with the least points scoring a lot in lobby 2 and completely upsetting the balance. And Undertaker must be the fast. Oh wait, no, actually, he would have lost the tiebreaker, wouldn't have he?
I'm not
I
so
believe.
sure right now, but we can see Notropion managed to win the last lobby in lobby 2 and just barely by 1 point secured a spot here in the finals tomorrow. So kudos to him, and it must be really tough for Undertaker because let's say they traded places here, then they all end on 23 points, and then with tiebreakers, maybe he has a chance to get this last final spot. So
You're right.
really, really interesting stuff going on there in the second lobby as well, where we can see actually the time and a half Sivir taking the win there by Notprion. So really well done by him. And one more thing I have to mention is like my German boys unfortunately didn't make it. Really sad, but I'm pretty sure they went for the win in the last games. That's what they're good at, and then they just fell short, maybe a bit unlucky. So the Ruhr-Universität Aachen, where they're both from, actually has to have a better shot next year, I guess. But I'm fairly certain they will come back stronger from this.
Yeah, and on the flip side, as we're talking about the national representative from our countries, and we get both French players in the finals, which I could not be happier about. And I'm really excited to see if they manage to come out on top tomorrow, get a top 4 finish, or maybe go home with the crown.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're quite used to French domination. Well, I'm happy for the players themselves. They did well, right? I'm really hoping we can see something different or someone else winning tomorrow. Personally, I really like Shining Star going the tempo routes, finding some creative solutions, and especially that the Double Trouble game was really nice. So I'm hoping to see more of him. And also, Little Bit Pro really impressed me with the last game as well. So maybe like I think a Dutch representation would be nice winning the lobbies. So yeah, really excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, really, really, really exciting. We've seen some high level play that was to be expected, honestly, because they are students, but that does not take away from their prowess from the game. They're not so far from. Well, some of them have played against the very best that the EMEA region has to offer, and it really shows that we've seen some high level play, and we've seen especially Wild CO taking exclusively first and second places, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, exactly. 1 first and 4 second places in a row, which is quite baffling, to be honest.
Yeah, back from the underground, back from more for him. So really impressive showing, like really playing very greedy throughout the day, I have to say. But he kept getting rewarded, right? He never went too deep. He always found the right spot to transition, and it really showed in his placements, right? Impressive showing overall. So kudos to him.
Yeah. Preparation showing up here. He clearly did not falter in the hardest moments, the moments that needed to be clutch. He came through, kept his economy stable despite moments that looked really tense. He knew how strong he was at any point, and that paid off big time. Really, really big time.
Yeah. And I believe we will have him on for an interview in a sec.
And we can get him right now if you're ready. Let's go.
Yeah, then let's go.
Okay.
For a winner interview for the day.
Yeah. And hello, Walsio. Welcome here. Congratulations, first of all, for your first place and your impressive tops today. So how are you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. I mean, the point reset tomorrow, so it's not that much deal to get first place. But yeah, I'm still happy for it.
Oh yeah. So no nerves at all with all these thrilling underground game plans. Not afraid of dying.
Not really. Yeah, I just played like how I would on ladder. So yeah, not much of nerve.
No tension, no nerves. Quite impressive. we have to say we watched a fair amount of your positions, and especially that second mascot game you played looked really tense. But in the end, you managed to pull through, find the 3-star units, and cobble together the final board from nothing. And as you said, getting first today is not the most important. Getting first tomorrow is. So, what are your thoughts? Who is the opponent that's not scares you, but that you will look at the most for tomorrow?
Always like there are, I think, 2 players from that just played in the Rising Legend final last week. I think they probably are the hardest opponents. But yeah, I'm not familiar with any of the other players, so I don't know. I will just try my best. I think I like high rolled quite a bit today, so I hope I can keep some of that tomorrow.
Yeah. So also you just mentioned that they played in the finals, right? So they have some experience, I guess. But I think you played in the Boys' Vanguard League as well, like in 7-5. So you have some experience as well, I would say. I'm also participating in European tournaments. Would you say this kind of helped you finishing these games off, like staying calm and collected during these, threatening positions in the game?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like when I first tried to play the tournament, like the European tournament, they are like 6 games long. I get very dizzy toward the end of it. But right now, like this is 5 rounds, but still, I don't get as tired or dizzy toward the end of the tournament. So I think it helped a lot.
Yeah, it really showed, and I appreciate the self-reflection going ahead and not saying that. Well, you did obviously play well, but saying you high rolled quite a lot shows a great clarity of mind, and really makes me hope. Gives me hope that you will perform well tomorrow, because you've shown adaptability, resilience, and but no arrogance showing through. So I'm guessing you're confident for getting first place tomorrow?
Yeah, like I think my playstyle works quite well with the checkmate format, but that's the first time I play in that format, so I don't actually know if that's true or not, but I will see.
Yeah, but if you play anything like today, I'm sure you can pull through. You have it in you. So with that, any shoutouts you want to give?
Not really. I'm not that familiar with anyone in the community. But yes, I'd like to give a shout out to the university circuit that qualified me to this tournament. I think it was National Student Esports in the UK. Yeah, but I don't know no more.
Yeah. So.
Great.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and thank you for the great performance. You showed us, you really gave us a lot to talk about, and generated a lot of excitement throughout the day. So I hope you can keep on delivering tomorrow, and I wish you the very best of luck, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, so
Good luck.
Thank you for the casting. Bye.
All right, and with that calm and collected mind, we can only hope that he manages to get top 4, and he might even get first place. As he mentioned, his play style going on, getting only first and second places is quite good for getting to the checkmate. Once he reaches 18 points, he only needs 1 first place to win it all, and he's shown definitely that he is able to get the first place and take the risks, and go through with them.
Yes, and we can see that his competition for that is going to be quite hard, right? Because Shining Star played some amazing games today. But we also see the other players here, like Suso, as he mentioned, played in the finals, so he's quite scary for him to take on. And then we've seen Babe with some solid performances, and not beyond taking the win clutchly in the last game, making it to the finals as well. So it's gonna be a stiff competition tomorrow.
Yeah, and you have to not underestimate the 2 underdogs, the dark horses in North European, and Yaroi barely managing to qualify. But tomorrow, that will not make a single shred of difference. They will all start on even footing, and on that note, I hope we get some great excitement tomorrow. A little bit of prismatic, some 2-1 hero augments, some legendary hero augments that we did not get to see. That will hopefully spice things up even more. And with that, if you have any final words, Lusher?
No, I maybe I'll add some Force of Nature and Spatula carousels into in stage 1 on top of that. But I think we've seen some good games today. I hope we get more of that tomorrow. So yeah, stay with us for that. And I believe we'll start at the same time tomorrow, where you can see the finals taking out in this exciting, I think, checkmate format. So yeah, don't miss it.
Don't miss it. It was a pleasure to have you. We were Kenobi and Losher for the Amazon University Esports Masters playoff. And with that, we wish you a very happy end of the day, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.